All ready to get going? Let's do it. Tea check. Tea is good. I already took the bag out. Speaking of which, sup nerds? Happy Sunday. Good to see y'all. Ah, too much going on lately. It is kind of crazy just how much is happening right now. After like a relatively quiet month after the Fable ban, everything ramped up immediately. Good old Barrel's back. Good to see you, man. Got a bunch of people to thank as we are starting. We got a jam-packed schedule today. Someone burning all of their points on banger alerts. Thanks, Negative. Always good to see you, man. You popping in and out? No worries, S-John. Always good to have you. Thank you for the help. You need a beer for this one? Yeah, I'll probably grab a beer in the second half of this stream. I'll be real. I got thoughts. No GP app no longer shows 5-hour usage limit, only the weekly one. Yeah, they took away the 5-hour limit, and I have concerns about that, but we'll see where those concerns go. OpenAI versus Apple. I cover this in the podcast. There isn't enough to say yet for it to be a whole video. At least I don't think so. I'd rather wait till there's more info and like the official OpenAI response before I put that in here. I've not had a chance to check anything. I've barely had a chance to fucking breathe. What's this? I mean, yeah, I've been telling them that they shouldn't have combined the apps. I have feelings. Yeah, next Nerd Sniping now or should be out in a couple days. Jeff's in town phase. Of that blew me away got filtered because of blew me. Hilarious. Thumbnail of my face. That happens. I don't care too much. Yeah, I really don't care that much. Yo, Stu with the 5-bomb. Thank you so much for that. Yeah, Open Sauce is coming up. I'm super hyped. I have no idea when I'm going to film the podcast because I normally film it on Saturdays and I'll absolutely be deep in Open Sauce then. So a little scared for that. Yeah, so the stuff we are covering today, I'm going to crash out about Ultra. I'm going to crash out about Fable 5 versus GPT 5.6 a bit. Might delay that slightly more, actually. I have to film a bit more for the Bun Zig thing. If Shiv or Maria are around and either of you could grab the link for the before and after with the edit so I can put that in here and use that, that'd be helpful because that's a big part of why I'm refilming. Could do something about saving costs in GPT 5.6 as well as a separate better in Claude code. This is a bad change. This is a bad change, Dominic. You know what? I'm going to screenshot this and put this in my notes because I want to make sure people don't do this. If someone can find the tweet where somebody recommended this like changing context window thing and Tebow replied saying don't do that, that'd be helpful. Thank you, Shiv. Very helpful. Oh, you found the whole first version. Yay. Okay, this is not the old version though. Old version said, I resent Jared. And the word resent isn't in this one, so this is not the old version. Thank you. Thank you all for grabbing that link. ChatGPT Pro costs. Oh yeah, I guess I said it's the name of the subscription. That's annoying. I just forget that. Got A Rice Music here with the 13 months. Thanks for all the amazing videos. Anytime, man. Bot Cooper with the tier 3 for 47 months. Legend. Been out here forever. I miss Shadow Coder at the start with the Prime. Thank you for that. Ep Force with the Prime. CD Dev with the 45 months. Appreciate that. Peter Jarian with the 14. Snowy, always good to see you. 6 months. Devil Minty Fresh with the Prime. Furman underscore. Been a while since my last resub, but the loyalty to me subbing with Prime, this channel isn't going anywhere. Trust me. Been a while since my last resub. Oh, I just copy pasted that bit. I keep investing in my YouTube content, even if I can't always catch the streams live because I'm European. No worries about not catching streams. I am always pumped to have you guys here, but the most important thing is to do your shit, keep building. If you can see the videos, that's cool, but like the videos are the better thing to watch over the stream. The stream is just more fun. Rug Slug with the 6 months. Appreciate that. Just Isabel hitting 33 months. Goddamn. Stu again with the 5 bomb. Appreciate that. Para with the 8 months. Selena Dot with the Prime. CJ Fades with the Prime. And Mighty Mavitt with the 10 months. And $100 of a... Is that Canadian? Appreciate it a ton. After testing 5.6 on some of my reverse engineering related work, I had to push very, very hard to hit safeguards, and the quality is better than 5.5 in intelligence. Most importantly, efficiency. Yep, thank you so much for the insane support. The amount of 5.6 I can do with that much money is a lot. Not as much as I'd like it to be, but it's a lot. Thank you so much, man. Good to see you as well, Josie. Eva with the gift. Eva, don't gift. Like, you're one of the coolest things that happened to this community. It's awesome that we got to help boost you at all. You don't need to pay us. We pay and support you. Thank you again to everybody for the support today. It means a ton. Crazy. We were at like 5. I think we were at 600 or 700 subs not long ago, and now we're back at 1,100. That happened really fast. You haven't done a big gift bomb in a while, Eva. Keep it that way. Appreciate it a ton, but we do not need your money. Yeah, I'm also worried about accidentally blowing through the weekly. That's one of the concerns I have. God damn it, Dara. Let's thank you here. What do I think represents, or who do I think represents my position on Stop Killing Games the best with good argumentation? Only current opposition SKD said in court is that Minecraft servers are illegal. I haven't kept up with changes to Stop Killing Games for a bit, but the initial like writing of it would have been pretty hard for most game studios to work around. One of the problems that most of us don't experience as traditional software devs, not game devs, is that it's pretty common to license code, not in a way that you can distribute it, but in a way that you can use it. For example, if you want like a physics engine in a multiplayer game that has to run on the server, it is not uncommon to pay a licensing fee to lease that code and to run it on a server. You don't have the right to distribute a binary with it, but you have the right to run it on your server as part of your private code base, and that is a service that is provided to users publicly. This is a pretty significant part of how like multiplayer game systems are implemented nowadays, these types of licensed code. And that just doesn't work well with the idea that a game has to be built such that it can eventually be just have its like server-side binary distributed. Sadly, I have not found anyone that really properly encompasses my thoughts on Stop Killing Games, and I'll admit I have been pretty removed from that whole thing for a while now. I was frustrated with the initial version of it and how it was treated as perfect, and the only reason you would disagree with it is because you hate gamers, which is not the case. As a developer and a person who's friends with a lot of game devs, I took issue with how it was initially written. I've heard it has changed and is better now, but yeah. The way that licensing works for server-side game deployment does not work well with the way the law was written. Could all of the providers of games, like servers, systems, and software, rethink everything in order to make this legislation possible? Perhaps. But I would prefer to find a way that doesn't have those negative side effects. Personally, the thing I would like to see is really strict legislation that guards reverse engineering for no longer distributed software. If a piece of software had functionality and it no longer does, or if you had a game that was multiplayer that has been taken offline that's not being sold or distributed, you should be fully protected to the complete extent of the law to reverse engineer it and host your own reverse engineered version, so that even if you can't get the licensed special code that was used for that specific deployment, that you can recreate it without having to worry about like being shut down or legal repercussions. For example, I'm a huge fan of Black Ops 3 specifically, and there was a lot of work done with Black Ops 3 by the community to make a private version, like private servers that were protected, didn't have the hacking and potential like remote code execution problems that existed in the game. And Activision shut it down despite not maintaining the game. The people who created those like private servers should absolutely be protected by the law to do that. That is the type of legislation I think we should be really, really pushing for instead, personally. That's all I want to say on that. Thank you for the first time chat. Really excited to hear how I use Claudex. You told it to make you Terra and Sol workflows to spawn 100 agents using Sol and blew your limits instantly. Well, you got to be a little careful with it for sure. My Twitter link goes to the wrong account. I'll update all that in a bit. Did I crash out about Andrew Kelly before? I did last stream, but I have more things I want to say. So we have the old and new, or middle and new. No, this does not. Yeah, the word resent is not in any of these. Do we know that this tweet isn't fake? Resent is in the latest current version. Interesting. That means Huh. Unexpected. So the version I had open from last stream did not have that. Okay, so that changes. Cool. Let's do my offset and just get going. I did not realize the before was the short one. Yeah, that's so stupid. Yeah, the Node.js dev, I want to, but yeah, you know what? I'll sneak that in. Marker offset 002440. I think we'll be right. I had to check out ponytail and I hated it. The official ponytail implementation is a super aggressive plugin that just like fucked up my codec setup, so I don't like that version. I could see the skill being useful, but the implementation as it exists in the repo right now is not something I can recommend. If somebody else wants to link the Claudex post, Hebo quote tweeted it, shouldn't be too hard to find. I've made changes since, and I'm going to be filming the video on how to do it, so it might be better to just wait for that. I missed GIFs when I was doing all that. Sorry for that. We got Go Seal here with the 5-6. Thank you for the 7 months. Connor Dinage with the tier 1. Gamer Girl, always good to see you. Thanks for the gift. Appreciate that a ton. Hope you're doing well. Box C4T with the Prime. Madi MB with the 6 months of support. Not a big fan of Banthropic. Was one of the first to cancel your subscription. Question is it worth bringing it back? You work well with GPT and Codex, but there's still some stuff that annoys you with Codex. Guessing maybe Fable would help. I really like Fable. To each their own. I really like Fable. I would find another way to try it, or maybe even just pay API like for a couple runs to see how it feels, and then upgrade to a sub if you like it, or just do the sub and then cancel it after. I'm still a Fable guy. What are your take on things like Terraform? Need to come up with a project idea for your final year university. Goal is to make it easier to use for humans and agents. Do I have any gripes with things like Terraform? I think Terraform it should be so good. The problem with Terraform isn't Terraform, it's AWS. Take that how you want to. Thank you, Furman _ for the 5 bomb. Really appreciate the gifts all today. You guys are being way too generous. Got Box C4T with the Prime. Madi, I thank you as well. Rathu with the Prime. Thor the Dev with the tier 2. The Few the Proud. Thank you for the 6 months of support. Bad Mike with the 9 months. And then Bossy Streams with the Prime. Thank you all again, guys. You're being so generous today. I started going deeper into the Pocock skills, but ended up just nerding out on my own setup. And there's a crash out that's happening on stream today that you will understand why I haven't went into those skills just yet. I have things I need to complain about. I have a lot of things I need to complain about this episode, this stream. Close all these. We don't need them anymore. Actually, I kind of want those. DevX at OpenRouter looking for feedback. Luke, join our shared Slack channel. I have a lot of feedback for OpenRouter at all times. I have a lot of feedback for OpenRouter, and I'll always have more too. Fable's great. Use it as your daily driver. Codex for reviews and tech debt works very well for your personal use. Can't use Fable at work, though. Yeah, that's another one of the issues with Fable. Thank you for the Prime. Appreciate that. And then Doc Devs with the tier 3 for 39 months. Goddamn. Yeah. Here's a rough stream plan. We have a lot to talk about today. I'm definitely going to do these 4. Probably will do these 2 as well. I really want to complain about 5.6 Ultra. Temporary accounts from Cloudflare is really good. I just had I had so many problems with Cloudflare that I texted like 3 pages to Dane at Cloudflare on things they need to fix. I can't believe how many stupid problems I ran into. Very important text I'd reply to. Yeah, we got a lot to talk about today. To be fair, some of these aren't full videos. Like this one's not a full video. It's just a little extract to film. I'll do that. I want to do that first, but I want to get my voice first because it'll be too jarring to have a seasoned Theo voice for most of the video, but then the intro and the other extra I have to film for it being less seasoned voice. Some water should help. Better? Yeah, I feel much better. Nice. Managing your voice is the most underrated difficulty of all of this, of the content creator world. Voices are tough. Cool. Either code test flight. DM me post stream, Cooper. I'll get you that link. Let's You know what? I'll just do this extra because I want it done. Yeah, the throat coat is good. I also have cough drops that I use that help a ton. And there's one gum that helps like get my voice better, but doesn't necessarily get my throat ready to talk for a while. I have a couple of strategies I've been learning. You get over the hearing your own voice thing after you edit enough of your own videos. Grok Build is the name of the thing that you code with Grok, and it's actually decent. T3 chat and T3 code will not merge, but both T3 chat and T3 code will be around for a while. We have very fun plans with both. Ooh, you got a diff summary. Thank you for this diff. Very helpful. Good to see you, Josie. We're going to start with a new intro for the Thoughts on Bun video. Yeah, I've seen others merging their Twitch and YouTube chat. I'll do it eventually. It's just like time is expensive is the simplest I can put this. Like, I wish I had time to do more of the types of customization things. I have so many little things I want to do. I really want to set up a filter on OBS so I can press a pedal and have it blur my screen instead of switching to full screen so that I can like hide what I'm doing on my screen. I want that so bad, and I know how to do it. I just haven't had the time to sit and customize my OBS, and anything breaking in my OBS or Twitch setup has the risk of keeping me from streaming, and anything that prevents me from filming is not worth risking right now. The voice preparation is just my what's the name of the throat lozenges I use? It's Strepsil is the throat lozenges I use, and I have this gum, Icebreakers cubes. For some reason, helps me with my enunciation. There are all of my tricks. Can I sandbox the second instance of OBS so I have a fallback? It's not trivial because OBS relies on so many global files. How do I explain things? Well, you explain them poorly for years and then you get better at it. Fail maxing made you feel like you shouldn't focus on anything else and you're so tired. Yeah, I've kind of taken the last 2 days off, not been coding as much. I really want to be right now. Like there's nothing I want more than to be at my desk playing Pal World with a bunch of agents running in the background. But I have to film because I have so many things I want to talk about with 5.6 out of them finally. Like I've been thinking about the stuff I want to talk about with this model for over a month, and now I get to. I'm just trying to get it all out. Yeah, mentoring colleagues at work is where I got a lot of this as well. And yeah, I've been playing a bunch of Power World 1.0. It's been very good. We got Airy Mister with the Prime as well. Thank you, guys. The Power World 1.0 dropped, and it's really good. There's no camera quality upgrade. I just look better, or you're used to watching on YouTube with the compression, and stream doesn't have as much compression on Twitch, at least. So probably the difference there. I don't trust any computer use benchmarks. I just computer use myself and see what happens. We'll talk about the 5-hour limit in a bit. I can't talk about Satisfactory. I will go play Satisfactory if I talk about it too much. Cool. Yeah, Twitch's audio is much better too. They do proper 320K. Let's get started. I gotta get going. Let's do the Bun Rust Zig crash out for first and foremost. Yeah, I have too many hours in Satisfactory. It's funny, Factorio never clicked for me, but Satisfactory ruined my life. Thank you to 1337 for the tier 1 as well. Marker extra for Bun Rust Zig vid. Cool. So I'm going to do a notes for phase. I'm going to quickly, and I'm sorry you guys are here for this. Normally I would film this off stream, but I just want it done. I'm doing it now. I'm filming a new intro for the Bun Rust Zig video, and I am filming an extra for the end because of the updates to the blog, as well as the comments others had on it. It's going to be a fucking long video, which I'm annoyed about, but I don't see any better way to do it. God. Let's do it. As you guys probably know by now, Bun has been rewritten. You can choose how you want to cut in and out of camera phase. I trust you. As you guys probably know by now, Bun has been rewritten in Rust. I was skeptical of this rewrite initially, but I've genuinely come around to it, especially after talking to Jared extensively about it. I'm going to talk about the blog post he finally posted here. I think it's really good, but this is not the main reason I am filming this video. I want to talk about my primary motivation. The reason I'm here today is a separate article posted by Andrew Kelly, the creator and leader of the Zig War. The reason I'm doing this video is actually a different blog post. This one from Andrew Kelly, the creator of Zig. I have a lot of thoughts on this article. All I'll say is that I've never been so angry in a video before as I was when I read this. It's bad. I think that the technical side of the Bun rewrite and how Jared used agents to do this type of bold, higher... Personally, I think the part of this... Personally, I think the technical implementation of Jared's rewrite and all the details he shares about how you use agents to do something this bold is genuinely really, really cool. And while the $165,000 of inference it would have cost is a bit absurd, I think we can learn a lot from this. As such, this video is going to be 2 parts. The first is me discussing the rewrite, the first is me going over this blog post discussing the rewrite, and I think this part's really cool. Part 1 is going to be discussing the rewrite from Jared. I think this blog post is really cool, and I wanted to take the time to read through it. I also think it's important context for the follow-up blog post from our friend Andrew. If you just want to see the crash out, there will be timestamps to get you to it, but I think you should watch both parts. Either way, I also recommend you watch a quick word from today's sponsor. Cool. So there's that. And now we have to do a little extra. So actually, I'm going to change my structure here a little bit. Yeah. So when I do the part here where I like say the two parts, cut that and retaking it. I actually already filmed this video a few days ago, but I wanted to do a... Usually when I film the intro, I haven't filmed the video yet. I did already film this, and I'm redoing the intro because I think more context is helpful so you can figure out what you want to get from this. Again, this video will have This video is going to have two parts. The first one is the Rewrite Bun and Rust blog post where I go over how Jared did this because I genuinely think it's really cool. And it's also useful context for the crash out I do for the second half about the Andrew Kelly blog post. That is one of the worst pieces of writing I've ever seen from anyone in tech. I crash out real hard at this one, so much so that I decided to refilm this intro to give you guys a warning, but also a possibly excited heads up depending on what you're interested in. If you want to skip to the crash out, there will be timestamps for that, but at the absolute least, I would appreciate it if you stick around for a quick word from today's sponsor. Cool. And now we can film the other extra part. Hey there, Theo from the future here. The blog post has been changed multiple times Since this blog post was published, it's been edited multiple times, and it got edited again since I filmed. And while this edit does soften a few things, it also opens in like the worst possible way, and I need to crash out a bit more, okay? This is the change. First off, he changed the title of that last section from What Do We Learn Here Today to Moving On. Notice that I have this blog post open twice because this is from last stream, this is from today's recording, so it's the same link but two different pieces of content. He used to say that this was a relationship breakdown as he outlined above. He changed it to, my main issue here has nothing to do with the language features of Zig versus Rust and everything to do with the diverging value system of the two projects and relationship breakdown that followed. Zooming out, I want to make one thing clear, and here is where it falls apart. While I resent Jared for making Bun into an embarrassment for Zig, and I blame him partially for some of the slop we've been dealing with, you know that he didn't have the words partially and some until he had someone else give feedback on it. And it was previously, I blame him for the slop we've been dealing with. And he added those words to make it feel less absurd. And he stands by the criticism of his leadership. He also empathizes with Jared. He has different values than me. He wants different things out of life than me. But I think he's actually happy and successful exactly where he is. Yada, yada, yada. Same thing that he mostly had there. Then he says the blog has been characterized as a personal attack against Jared when he originally framed it as telling the story of a failed business relationship. My framing didn't work because I had unprocessed emotions of resentment that were obvious to the reader but not to myself. Yeah, no shit. I've updated this conclusion section after self-reflection and chatting with friends. Feel free to go look at the original text in the website's public source repo. The other critical mistake I made with this post was failing to consider that rather obviously... The other critical mistake I made with this post was failing to consider the rather obvious and important point that this might affect Zig users who knew next to none of these facts and have only the surface level understanding that an ex-Zig user is getting trashed by the language creator. Such people might reasonably worry that this might happen to them. I'm sorry to those who I made feel this way. At this point, all I can say is that myself and the other ZSF folks have outstanding relationships with essentially everyone who openly uses Zig and talks about it publicly, and this incident is the one exception. The biggest one is the exception. Plenty of people have decided to move away from Zig with zero fuss. I hope you give me some grace considering a trillion-dollar company fired the first shot. No, you were saying earlier that they were doing this before. Also, the blog post wasn't a shot. I agree that a shot was fired here and that shot killed Zig, but the shot was fired by your gun in your hand in your own direction. All of the issue here is yours. 100% of it. And to the, I don't think I will do this again. People seem to be worried about that. I just want to highlight another blog post of his quick. This one's titled, I am not a JavaScript developer. You would imagine that this blog post is him crashing out because he was mischaracterized in some reporting or something somewhere, right? Do you want to guess what this blog post is about before you read the page? It's this. Back in 2013, GitHub had a feature where the languages you used would be put under your bio on GitHub. And since he had one project that had some JavaScript in it, it put JavaScript under his username on GitHub. And this caused him to crash out so hard, he wrote a page and a half about it on his blog because he hates the idea of being categorized as a JavaScript developer so much with just one word as a label on his GitHub. If that's enough to get this guy to crash out, I do not trust him in saying that this is a one-time thing at all. One more quick joke, and then we'll go back to my original crash out. I just love Ellie and thought this was hilarious. I'm going to make a programming language slop-laying, and if any of my users dare to write nice code, manage their employees well, or bootstrap, I'll write a blog about what a shitty person they are. I thought this one was funny. Anyways, back to what Theo 3 days ago was saying. I have a little more I want for the intro. I'm so sorry, FaZe. Yeah, I'm just gonna redo the intro one last time. I'm so sorry. Stop me if you've heard this one before. Bun got rewritten in Zig. Stop me if you heard this one before. Bun's being ported from Zig to Rust with Claude. Well, it was, and there's a blog post now. And I think it's fair to say that this blog post is the end of Zig and the respect the community has. You might be thinking that's because this blog post tears Zig apart and talks about how terrible it is. That is not what we're talking about at all. In fact, this blog post does a great service both in sharing the details of how Jared did this port, but also being super kind to Zig and the Zig Foundation. So why is this the death of Zig? You should ask Andrew Kelly, because the blog post that's going to kill Zig wasn't written by Jared or the Bun community. It was written by Andrew Kelly, the creator of Zig itself. He crashed out so hard at Jared over him making this move that I ended up crashing out too. I am refilming this intro for the third time because the first time I filmed it, I hadn't read the article yet. And the second time I filmed it, I don't think I accentuated how absurd things were properly. This whole thing is stupid. And it is absurd just how stupid it is. And as such, I had to split this video into two parts. Part one is the smart part, where we go over how Jared did this insane million-plus line port in just a week, because he used the hell out of Claude and AI tools to make this happen, and I do genuinely believe there's a lot we can learn from this. The other half is me going through Andrew Kelly's post and being the angriest I think I've ever been in a video, because it is, if you want to see what it looks like to kill your own language, it's this blog post. Personally, I think the first half is the better half of this video, but if you just want to skip to the crash out, I understand. But I would politely request that you wait for a quick word from today's sponsor. Cool. I think I filmed it much better that time. Cool. And that means I can finally close all of these. Watch your video? Sure. Don't do it now. I probably won't. Drop that link. Make sure my audio is set up proper. It is. Fingers crossed it'll work first try.
Dear Vibe Coding, from the moment I typed my first prompt and watched imaginary side projects come to life, in the terminal late at night, I knew one thing was real. I fell in love with you. A love so deep, I gave you my all from my repos and branches to my tokens and soul. As a tired developer, deeply in love with you, I never saw the end of the context window. I only saw myself completing out of them. And so I prompted through every long night. After every failing
Is this some
build for
TikTok
you,
reference? I
you
don't
asked
know.
for my context. I gave you my code base because it came with so much more. I worked through the bugs and rewrites, not because the deadline called me, but because you called me. I ran Claude and Codex for you because that's what you do when something makes you feel as alive as you've made me feel. Love you always, Theo.
Quality. I would never in my life have guessed that reference. I don't watch short form content, guys. I just watch long form. It was a good meme. It wasn't as good as Maria's picker, though. This was beautiful. You know what? I'm going to keep this open because we definitely need this for some of the things we'll be talking about today. Okay, so these are the ways I've broken out the topics, but the things I really want to talk about is there's a few things I need to crash out about today. The first one is the absurd state of subagents in Codex, the weird split between V1 and V2 and how they're routed wrong. Then there is the system prompt for Codex that is so fucking bad, I cannot fathom it. Then there is using Codex or using 5.6 in Codex, then there's using 5.6 in Claude Code, which is actually quite fun. Then there's the saving costs with 5.6. And then Fable 5 versus GPT 5.6. I don't know how I want to split those up super strictly because a lot of those should be in the same videos. A lot of them shouldn't. And I don't want to create this weird set of videos where each one references each other one and have to worry about that for like the release cadence and like making sure people have all the context. So I have to figure this out. I think this breakdown's fine. So let's like try to order of events this. I don't normally plan my videos out or like my video schedule out quite this much. So we already have the like what I did with it. Yeah, we already have the what I built as well as the GPT 5.6 review. But the other things I want are Codex system prompt is garbage. I want Codex subagents V1, V2, and the shit show that all is. I want tips to save costs with GPT 5.6. Now 5.6 is better in Claude Code. So, also, Ultra isn't good. So tips to save is necessarily dependent on Ultra isn't good. Not necessarily like you have to know Ultra isn't good for the tips to save, but these two are definitely linked. I don't know if I should include that in this or if these can be two separate videos. The codex isn't prompt is garbage, and the codex subagents also feel like the tips to save money will reference it, but those also feel very similar to the 5.6 is better in Claude Code. Do I need to make these all one video? And should I squeeze this in two? Or should I make this the video? Or should I do these as the two? I think this is actually my preference, is Ultra isn't good, and in that video, I crash out about the codex subagent stuff. Then I have 5.6 is better in Claude Code, where I both describe how to use it in Claude Code and crash out about the codex system prompt. And separately, tips to save with GPT 5.6 as its own third vid. This structure makes sense? These are 3 separate videos. Each box is a vid, is my plan. And I think I have to get this one out first because people are hitting limits now and I want to help them not hit those limits. Then I will do the the Claude Code one. I feel like this one is dependent on this though. So like this goes first for sure. So like this is video 1 in the batch, but then I have to decide between these two, which goes second and which goes third. Okay, gut feel. Huh. Okay. Here's how I'm thinking of this. This video is separate. We draw like a hard line. Get that out first. And then this one is effectively why codex is bad. And this one is why CC is better. Roughly what I'm thinking. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. I'm going to film this one now. And based on how it goes, what questions people have, and how I'm feeling by the end of it, I will decide how I want to manage these two. So thank you guys for linking the codex system prompt. I already have it. Let me make sure quick that I don't have things in here I don't want. Cool. I have that here. Don't need that for a bit, but we have it. Yep, I know they're making changes to usage and limits. I want to start with a highlight reel of all these people hitting their limits for this one. I'm overthinking all my videos right now. I'm being more strategic than usual because like the 5-6 versus Fable stuff is like, what are those rare chances where like there's a lot of questions and I actually have a lot of useful context to share and I want to. And normally I would try to condense too many things into one video in order to like give you everything you need in one. There is too much for me to do that, and I'm tired of doing that. I have 20 videos of content to do about 5-6, and I won't do 20, but I will do 5 or so. People might get fatigued. We will see. This will be a good learning experience. I only spend like 600-ish a month on subs right now. I have the 2 Claude and the 1 Codex, and then a few other one-off ones that are much cheaper. Just these 3, and then maybe one last Fable versus Codex in 5-6. And there's also the 2 blogs, or the 2 podcasts. So, yeah. The 5-hour limit will be discussed in the Savior usage. I'll check that after stream. I owe you a bunch of DMs, PC. You're on the list. Like, the people who I owe DMs to right now, the hardest, are PC Style, and he changed his handle, so I don't remember. It's Kyle McCleary, I think. The guy who was helping with snaking Snitch Bench more formalized. I owe both of you responses really badly. And I'm very excited about post work. Like, I've shown the team what you're doing. I want to use it, so I will get to you soon. I promise. Sorry for the delays. Yeah, let me thank all the subs we got while I was filming that retake there. We got 1337. I got you already, I believe. ZooFN with the Prime. Screeno7 with the Prime for 2 months. Zello about to hit a year with Prime. Thank you for that. DZ, the tier 2, the few, the proud. Always good to see you 9 months in. Ray's about to get poached by the Codex design team. I on one hand, I would not succeed as much without her. I would fucking absolutely hate to lose her, and the team would even more so. On the other hand, Codex needs the help. Virus server thing. Part of the problem before was some specific lawsuits and conflicts with district between operators and IP holders. Crypto might fix this. I don't love the idea of crypto as a solution to multiplayer and private server stuff. Well, now they think it was a good design. They think you have good design taste to make something that looks good, even if it's not meant to be good. Anyways, let me finish thanking subs. Eagle here with the 2 months. Had a ton of fun this weekend with Codex building a slop game. Wish it had existed for months after being inspired by my Grok 4.5 slop fish. Thanks for that. Awesome. I love people who are making slop games. It's so fun. Skatebench is not dead. I'm actually going to do Skatebench V3 soon. I have ideas because I figured out why one of the questions was harder than it was supposed to be for some models. They weren't thinking about it enough. So I'm going to do a much larger set of problems soon-ish. We got Tech Brew Boss here with the 8 months, Silo-Fi with the 2, and NidX with the 49. Did I miss anyone on YouTube? I don't think I did. I didn't. Thank you guys again for all the support over on the YouTube side. 5-hour limits are removed, yes. I know people were complaining about hitting usage limits in my replies, so I'm going to find some of those as well from this article specifically. We're going to hit a mill views on this, which is nuts. I think I have enough to do this intro. If there are good tweets, yeah, this is a good self-insert. There's others. Yeah, I'm looking for more tweets about people complaining about hitting limits. If you have them, I have enough to start here, but if you have more, obviously, always down. I'm going to get going with it. Yep, I have this included in my notes as well. Yeah, this is funny. I don't think it fits for this yet, but this one's a reply, so it's a little harder to like build the context for, sadly. I think I have enough here for this. Save your usage with 5.6. The 5.6 or Fable 5 staying available is going to fit in most of them some amount, but not enough to like be its own thing. What's the best first one? You know what? I'll start with an intro here. GPT 5.6 is an incredible model, but it's also incredible at burning through people's rate limits. It used to be really hard to hit 5-hour limits on GPT 5.5, even X high. Now at 5.6 Sol, it's draining super fast, even on medium reasoning. I've already burned through 3 5-hour limits. Seriously, this has to stop. I've now set 5.6 from high to medium, not fast mode, and I'm still burning through my rates at an insane rate. My 5 hours are almost gone again. I've hit the limits every single time since Sol was released, and I don't think I ever hit it with 5.5. Bruh, I've waxed a weekly and a half on one message in XI. It eats it. It eats it just quickly enough to reset when it... I think that's fine with that read there. With GPT 5.5 on the $100 plan, I could barely use up my quota. Now, one small PR with 5.6 Sol consumes about half of my 5-hour limit. Comments under this, are people complaining? None of that really fits there. You got Shiv. Eh. None of these really fit for this. This one's already in. Okay, I think I have enough for my intro. This is a good one. Not gonna lie, GPT 5.6 Sol is great and all, but the usage drain is whack. Used to be able to work consistently all day with 5.5 on X high. Now I can't even get through a single 3-hour session without hitting limits. Whack. Not good for long-term work. Cool. Think I have enough there. I think I already had this one, right? Yep, I did. As you can tell, people aren't happy, and I'll be frank, a lot of this is OpenAI's fault. There are some things in Codex right now that just don't make sense. I want to do my best to help you guys out, to make sure you can get the most out of 5.6 without hitting these limits. I made a bunch of these changes myself, and I've actually noticed the quality of outputs going up, while also using as little as a fourth or a fifth as many tokens as I was before. Let me grab my article quick. Also, I'm going to make this the next one and high pry it. I took the time to write an article sharing my advice here, but since then quite a bit has changed, even though it's been 24 hours. I've also seen a bunch of really bad advice going around that has been confirmed by many, including the actual team at OpenAI, to not be good. So if you want to get the most out of your subscription plans with Codex, I hope this is helpful. And even if you don't, maybe you're using something else like Cursor or Claude Code, this video will still have a lot of tips that could help you be better at using those in an efficient, effective way. I have never burned as many tokens as I have with 5.6 Sol, and I've really come to know how this model works, what its strengths and weaknesses are, and what gets it to burn. I want to take the time to share this all with you, but this experimentation was not cheap, so I hope you can pardon a quick break for today's sponsor. Cool. Time to talk about how to use Sol without hitting limits. The model is great, and the $200 plan is still great. Even the $100 plan is pretty generous. I'm not sure what the state of the $20 plan is right now, but the $100 one is fine, and the $200 one is really good, as long as you don't make certain mistakes. And again, to your credit, OpenAI is not doing this right. There are a lot of little things that exist in Codex right now that are kind of forcing you to overuse your usage. And this is their fault. I feel bad. If people in chat are saying the $20 plan is actually pretty good for coding, that's good to hear. One person said it's horrible, but others are saying it's fine. So yeah, take it with a grain of salt. Apparently it's okay. I am on the $200 plan, and I was hitting limits aggressively when they made this move. Also, full disclosure, when I was testing 5.6, it didn't count against my usage, which is why I was able to push the model so hard and do a genuinely absurd amount of inference on it. But as soon as it came back, just a day or two before it went public, I started hitting limits immediately. It was 20 minutes after they said, okay, you have it again, that I hit a limit for the first time. And the reason I hit that limit was a certain new feature called Ultra. I have a dedicated video about Ultra coming very soon. It might even be the next video after this one. So as always, make sure you subscribe and hit that bell if you want to better understand all of these pieces. If I was to talk about Ultra in depth right now, this video would be 2+ hours long. I want this to be to the point and easy to apply to your work and send to coworkers and whatnot. So I won't do that here. But know that Ultra is not worth using, at the very least, until you wait for that follow-up video. So for now, Ultra, no. Ignore this. Don't touch it for now. This might change in the future. I am hopeful that it will. But for now, Ultra is best avoided, not used. Okay. With Ultra out of the way, I do want to talk about a thing that just changed because it's quite important. OpenAI is aware of the issues people are having with the massive usage. OpenAI is aware of the usage limits that people are hitting, and they're doing a ton of work to fix it. I've been working with them behind the scenes as well with our own theories on what could be happening here. They're doing a ton as we speak. They just did a banked reset for 500,000 ChatGPT working Codex users, but there's another important change in here. Oh, I thought they had the 5-hour change in this. Did they not? Oh, I was reading the wrong post. Yeah, cool. So, a retake on that. OpenAI is aware of the issues. I've been working with them a bunch on getting these things fixed. Hopefully more of them are fixed before this video is live. Probably not too many though. We'll still have useful tips long term, but I want to give you guys context on where things are at the moment of filming. Theo posted this morning the following update, which is very relevant to what we're talking about here. The last 48 hours of Codex and ChatGPT work have been intense. There's 3 important updates. First is that they've temporarily removed the 5-hour usage limits for all Plus, Business, and Pro plans. If you're not familiar, your sub is broken up into 2 limits. You have a 5-hour limit that resets every 5 hours, starting from when you send a message. So let's say you do a bunch of work at the start of the day. You start at 9 a.m. You have a limit to how much you can use between 9 a.m. and 2 p.m. And then let's say you hit that limit at 1 p.m. You have an hour until you can use it again. But if you don't start until 3, the next 5-hour limit doesn't start until 3 o'clock. One of the tricks I have is I have a cron job running that does something every 5 hours so that I'm always burning one of those 5-hour limits. It uses a very small model with a really simple like, hello, hi, prompt. But now you don't have to, at least in the interim, because the 5-hour limit is gone for now. The weekly limit is the one to be scared about. The weekly limit is the weekly limit is equal to roughly 4 or 5 of the 5-hour limits. So if you go hard enough to max out the 5-hour limit 4+ times, you will hit the weekly limit. Weekly is the only one applying right now, which is good because the 5-hour limits were a little too easy to hit, but it's bad because if you accidentally ran an ultra fast run that is way heavier than expected, the 5-hour limit would have stopped it before it used more than 25% of your weekly. Now it won't. So it's possible to run one prompt and blow through your whole weekly limit. I'm tempted to do it as an example and then burn a reset, but I'm hoarding my resets. I'll be real, guys. So with all of this known, let's go through the rest here. The second point he made is rolling out changes that will make 5.6 Sol more efficient across the board, and it will be reflected in less usage being used so it can take you further. Exact impact to be quantified and shared. Still working on that there. And the most important point, and his most excited point here, is that they have 6 million active users and they're about to land a usage reset. That one already landed. So as was established prior, they got rid of the 5-hour for now, and we just have the weekly limit. I fired one prompt off before streaming, so I don't have much used here yet, but I'll probably burn through this in the next day or two, and I'll be sure to share how, why, and what I'm doing to minimize and maximize usage. For now, I want... With all of this established, it's time to give practical advice. Part of how I want to frame this as... Part of how I want to think about this is with 5.5 versus 5.6. When 5.5 came out, I was far from the biggest fan of it. I saw the capability within, but I was deeply frustrated with how it behaved. Ask John, asking about that later. Sorry, got the start with shot. The problems I had with 5.5 were the biggest problem I had with 5.5 is that I felt like I couldn't do long threads with it. It felt like compaction basically didn't work with this model. It would get so off topic. Yeah, I don't want to put this. I retake on the 5.5 versus 5.6 thing here. When 5.5 came out, I was far from the biggest fan. I saw how capable it could be, but I didn't love using it because it felt like it would just lose track of what I was doing. It was really easy to screw up its context. If it read the wrong file and had something in its history, it would fixate on that instead of doing what I asked it to do. And this happened a lot. It also was really, really bad at compaction, which was just obnoxious when you had long-running threads. I've never had more threads than I did with 5.5 because I felt like I had to in order to keep it on task. None of that is why 5.5 was cheaper, though. The main reason 5.5 was cheaper is that it stopped and asked for permission or feedback all of the time. If you asked 5.5 to write a plan, it would. It would say, here's step 1, here's step 2, here's step 3 through 10. And then you would say, okay, go do all of the steps. It would get through step 1, it would get halfway through step 2, and then say, okay, I finished step 1, I'm halfway. And then it would stop and say, okay, I finished step 1 and I'm halfway through step 2. Let me know when I can keep going. It's like, I never told you to stop, bro. And the result of this is that, from my experience on the $200 plan, 5.5 would use between like 0.1% and I don't know, like 2% maybe of my 5-hour limit. I'm going to re-say this part so it's cleaner. The result of this behavior was that 5.5 could not. The result of this behavior is that 5.5 didn't really use your limits heavily on a per message basis. From my experience, a single message on 5.5, even on the highest reasoning levels, would use between like 0.1% and 2% of your 5-hour limit per message. It wasn't that bad. 5.6 fixed these problems, but in doing such, massively increased how much usage you're getting. 5.5 was a price bump from 5.4. They went from $15 per mil out to $30 per mil out, which would have hurt a lot more if it wasn't for this sudden stopping behavior from 5.5. 5.6 fixed that behavior, but as a result, it can go much longer per message, which can result in much bigger usage per message. What are the numbers I said in my article? I would like to just use the same ones. From my experience, let me, 1 second, need water. It decreased how much usage, not increased. What are you saying? Eston, are you not a mod on Twitch? Fixed. Mistake on my part. Cool. So, from my experience on higher reasoning levels, especially X high and max, 5.6 can use up to 15% of my 5-hour limit in one message. I don't think I said increase or decrease the usage, but I'll run with it. We'll cut that part if I have to. It should be fine. Anyways. This is a big jump, obviously, but I don't necessarily... This is a big jump, obviously, but honestly, it's not too bad because I would end up using similar amounts of 5.5, but it would be prompt after prompt after prompt. Because each message only would use so much of my limits, I didn't find it too brutal, and I would often use it with fast. Fast mode is pretty cool because you get 1.5x faster speeds. But as a catch, you go through your limit 2.5x faster. And this wasn't too bad when I was using 5.5. Because when I sent one message with 5.5, the 2.5x more burn would make that 2% into 5%. That wasn't too bad. 2.5x burn on a message that was 15%, though, that's a little more brutal. That is closer to half of your 5-hour limit from one message. And that's not even with Ultra. That is scary. And that is a problem I think a lot of people are having right now, is that they are continuing to use the model the way they did with 5.5. And with 5.5, since each message was less usage, fast mode didn't feel too bad. So if you're hitting limits and you're using fast mode, please stop. It's not that much faster. The reason I think fast mode felt so good with 5.5 is because it would stop itself constantly and you had to talk back. I never watched my agents run quite as much as I did with 5.5, both because its context was constantly getting screwed up and I had to prune it, clean it, make a new thread, but also because it stopped all the time, so I would have to respond and tell it what to do next. As such, the speed mattered a lot because I was sitting there waiting for it to respond. With 5.6, I spin it up and then I go do something else. Maybe I spin up another thread. Maybe I go do code reviews. Maybe I check email. Maybe I play Power World. I don't care. With 5.6, I do other things. With 5.5, I have to sit there and watch. So fast mode felt important. With 5.6, it's running for so long anyways that the inference is barely the slow part. It's usually the tool calls, the test runs it's doing, all the other things it has to do. I've barely noticed a difference in speed since turning off fast mode, but I've noticed a massive shift in the amount of usage that I'm hitting with it. So I need to crank the AC. I left the lights on accidentally last night and it is cooking. Yeah, there's this weird bug with the fucking eco mode where it turns itself back on randomly when I'm in the middle of streaming. And the temperatures went up fucking 6 degrees because of that, even though I had the AC in the 70s. Annoying. Anyways. For context, there's lots of people in chat, including those on my team like Maria, that says almost every prompt and thread they've done with 5.6 has lasted over 8 hours. Yeah, you can get these models going for a while, even without using /goal, to be clear. I almost felt like /goal was necessary with 5.5 because otherwise it would stop, and the goal would basically tell it to keep going over and over instead of having a human do it. With 5.6, not necessary. I never use /goal anymore unless I'm just trying to burn tokens. Generally, with 5.6, it will complete the thing without needing extra encouragement. So we've now established So we've now established two things. Don't touch Ultra, and you should probably turn off fast mode at this point because it doesn't matter as much as it used to. But there's more that we can learn from. Pull up my list here. Reasoning level should be an easy enough one to cover. I'll dive through this super quick. You have 5 options. They've been rebranded, but they used to be low, medium, high, X high, and max. You might think Ultra is a reasoning level. It's not. Again, video crashing out about Ultra coming very, very soon. Hit that button if you haven't at the bottom. Subscribing makes it more likely you see that when it drops. So with Ultra removed, we have these 5 options. I did a really good analogy about what these are and how they work on my most recent podcast episode that should hopefully be out in the next day or two. If you're not already listening to the podcast, check that out as well. Ben and I just nerd out about the details here, and it lets me go a little longer than I try to on the videos. Trying to keep these shorter lately. Hope you appreciate the effort. So instead of breaking down all of the details here, I'll give it to you simple. Ignore everything past this line for now. X high can be really cool. Max is less likely to be. Low, medium, and high are all very good options. I mostly just default to high right now because the model's so efficient. Even on high reasoning, if the task is simple, it will stop really quickly and not reason too much. I have thought there were bugs in the reasoning levels, or I thought there were some bugs when I was benchmarking the model, I thought there were bugs in how I was passing the reasoning level because the difference between low and high was like 50 to 100 tokens at most, which just didn't seem right at all. Turns out it is actually just good at that. It will use less tokens if the task is simple. So leaving it on high has been fine for me. I do want to look at the numbers quick though. So let's do that with deep SWE. This is my favorite code benchmark right now. Very much subject to change eventually. I'll throw in Fable for a comparison here. So with GPT 5.6 Sol, On low, you score 45%, and in this bench, it costs $1 per task. Medium bumps all the way from a 45% to a 61% for $1.86 per task. And then high bumps you up to a 69. Nice. Which puts you neck and neck with Fable on this benchmark, which gets a 70. But the cost is $3.47 per task versus Fable at the same score being $13 per task. So that is super efficient. But all three of these are meaningful jumps in score. You get from a 45% on low to a 61 on medium to a 69 on high. But then we see the next two levels, like X high, which goes from a 69, nice, to a 71, less nice, but also bumps the price meaningfully, going from $347 to $470 per task. And while we're not paying API rates when we use it through the subscription, the API rates are a good measure of what you're burning. So yeah, that's not great. And then when we bump up to max, the price doubles to $8.39 for an additional 2 percentage points. I don't think that's good. Medium is $1.86 and gets a 61. Max is $8.39 and gets a 73. And again, high is $3.47 for 69%. That's a 4% bump for that's a 4% bump for over. That's a 4 percentage bump for doubling. That's a more than double cost for a 4 percentage bump. Not worth it. Just stick with high. If you disagree, I hope you have the wallet to cover. If you disagree, that's fine. I just hope you have the budget to understand what you're doing. Retake on that. If you disagree, that's fine. I just hope you have the budget to handle your disagreement there. And for full transparency, there are other benches that have shown different numbers. For example, in Cursor Bench, high only scored a 63.5, and max scored a 67.2. And the price gap there was $279 to $569. So it wasn't quite a doubling of price, and it was a much more meaningful percentage bump. So this will depend on the work you're doing. It's also worth noting that in Cursor Bench 3.2, Fable ended up scoring quite a bit higher than Soul did, which we'll talk more about Soul versus Fable in the near future. That will be a big video too. I don't want to be sidetracked by that. The point I'm trying to make here is high is really good, and past high is when you lose this like vertical line where the cost jump isn't that big and the success jump is. I wish this one was better. I just decided to quickly check the artificial analysis intelligence versus cost index. And when I turn off everything other than 5.6 Soul and Fable 5, 5.6 Soul High is the only thing in the good quadrant of cost to intelligence. It does meaningfully go up for each bump, but again, 5.6 Soul seems to be this really solid end of the vertical curve. Cool. So reasoning levels are now covered. Now I need to talk about what is probably the biggest behavioral difference with the 5.6 model, specifically both Soul and Terra. We need to talk about subagents. If you're somehow not familiar with like subagents, how do I want to put this? There's a lot of different ways to implement subagents, but you generally need a tool that allows for your main top-level agent to spin up other work for other agents to complete. Codex has a rough implementation. I want to make a joke about this. I could say that Codex's implementation of subagents isn't good, but that wouldn't be fair because they have two implementations of subagents called V1 and V2, and they're both not good. I have a lot to say about that. Again, the Ultra video will go more in depth there. I will resist the urge to crash out hard about it. But what I will say with relatively high confidence is use with caution. There's a problem, though. You might want to use subagents with caution, but 5.6 was trained to use them with less caution. As such, 5.6 as such, it's not uncommon for 5.6 to spin up subagents for things where it doesn't really need it. If you notice this happening, I don't think you should rush to go change anything about this just yet because the subagents can be pretty good. And I'm also hoping that the Codex team fixes the issues I have with it as they currently stand. But if you are noticing limit burn, after applying all of these other recommendations and you're seeing subagents spinning up a bunch, I would recommend doing a slight adjustment to your global agentsmd file. The easiest fix for now is to add the following to your agentsmd. Only use subagents if the user explicitly requests them. This change will pretty much stop them entirely unless you request, and I usually request when I want them. You'll eventually figure out when to or not to use subagents for work, like what work justifies splitting things up that way. But for now, the model... So don't be hesitant to experiment with them. I think they're really cool, especially when applied carefully. But right now, 5.6 is a little too eager. If you need to tone it down, here's the strategy to do such. I have one more really big tip to share. It's arguably the one that will save you the most money and time. So I hope you pardon me for a really quick second. And we'll get to it right after this. And we'll get to it right after the sponsor spot. Cool. I need to do more of the second ad spots. We have some deals that I'm forgetting to get ready for it. Hopefully this video will be long enough. If not, we can trim that. Cool. You know what? I'm going to re-record that. That's the last thing I had on my list, right? Actually, no, I had a bit more to say about that first, yeah. There, yeah. Cool. So cut that transition. I'll do it again in a minute. Cool. It is also worth noting that the implementation of subagents in other tools like Claude Code It is worth noting that the subagent implementation in other tools like Claude Code and Cursor is meaningfully better, so much so that I've actually done some hacks in order to get Claude Code working with my Codex sub, and I've been really, really happy with the results there. And crazy enough, Thibaut even blessed it, saying that if anyone is banned for using my weird hacks to get my Codex sub into Claude Code, that he will give you a reset. So, yeah. This is a blessed solution. very fun video on that coming in the near future. Just wanted you to know that it's worth exploring other options. I know Pi is a decent one as well if you're curious enough to explore, but I do expect codecs to fix this in the not too distant future. So if you're doing it out of fear, just wait. If you're doing it out of curiosity, go nuts. One other thing I forgot with the reasoning level bit, and I'll just be super quick about this, is model selection. TLDR, don't use Luna. It's just not for us to use for code. It's really useful as a thing that you access programmatically, like you're using it over API to filter data and whatnot. Not really what you should be using for coding. Terra seems to be a good middle ground, but honestly, I would rather just use Sol on lower medium. They're really efficient. I just recommend using Sol high as your default. And if you find things that it goes longer than it should for, try out Sol low, maybe play with Terra. But I have been totally fine just using Sol for everything. And once I made these other changes, I was not coming close to my limits. But there is one last change we have to talk about. The most important tip in this whole video. It is in regard to the eagerness that I was talking about with 5.6. This is probably the one that changed my usage of the model the most. And this is the one change that affected the way the model. This is definitely the change that affected how Sol worked for me the most, and I'm really excited to share more about it right after a quick break for a sponsor. What is this? Yeah, I have seen this. You know what? I'll include this for the Terra part. It is worth noting that a lot of analysis is showing that Terra isn't really a great option, which is disappointing. I was quite excited about it. Artificial analysis said the following. 5.6 Sol and Luna are ahead of Terra at every point on the intelligence versus cost per task chart. This is the chart that I had just shown before. And here you can see that Luna on max scores slightly better than Sol on low, while being just barely more expensive. It almost looks like a pretty consistent line from Luna low, mid, high, X high, and then Sol low, mid, high, X high. But Terra underneath here, not looking great. Terra is more expensive and less intelligent at every spot there. This is the general intelligence index. I would be curious if the numbers are different for code tasks, but yeah, probably not the best thing. Experiment with it if you like. I'm sticking with Sol for now. Do as you please. Anyways, you can probably cut clean there. If not, you can drop that section. It's not too important. Cool. The most important tip, I'll do it this way. The most important tip, stop points. The model needs to know when to stop. As I was hinting at earlier, 5.6 is very eager to get work done. It will keep going as far as it possibly can unless you give it a reason to stop going. Article link. I detailed this in my article. I gave some good examples in my article, so I'm going to reuse those here. This is very close. This is the style of prompts I write when I am. This is the style of prompts I've learned to write when using Sol, because without it, it can go further than I want it to pretty often. Example 1 is the following. I want you to build this new feature. Start by writing a plan. When you finish the plan, stop and ask for feedback before proceeding. I have told the model explicitly, do this thing and be done at this point. That doesn't mean you have to give the model prompts that are less work, though. You can have the stop point be way, way, way further on. For example, the plan looks great. Let's build it out. Use computer use to test your implementation. Keep going until the code works and you're happy with the implementation. Put up a PR, babysit it for the first set of review comments and address them. Stop after the first set of review comments. I'll handle it from there. Previously with 5.5, the model stopped way too often. Now it stops with 5.6, it's so unlikely to stop that I feel like I have to put up the stop signs myself. But now that I've been doing that, it feels much better. It's nice that I can start building my own intuition for how far the model can go without my intervention, and also that I can kind of choose when to stop it. Rather than trying to do this through reasoning levels or changes to your harness, so much of this can just be done via prompting. And I will say I am proud of myself for getting this far in the video without my instructions being prompt better, because your prompt can absolutely cost you more money, but there's other things that I thought were more important. This piece, though, this can change how you use the model fundamentally when you realize that the end is a thing you can define in the prompt rather than a thing you have to set up with tools. You can let the model go way further. And the challenge I would present to you is see how far off you can make that stop sign without the results in the quality going down. I didn't talk about this one too much here, but it is really fun. You can let other agents steer. For example, I set up my Claude code to allow for it to call codecs. I've went much further with this since, and that's the codecs in Claude Code video coming soon, where I'm actually using Sol as the model in Claude Code. Seriously, Claudex is way better than I expected it to be. And as silly as it is seeing this 5.6 Sol there, it's been working great for me. But most importantly here, the thing I want to encourage is more experimentation. You shouldn't be trying to copy my skills, my Agent MD, and my prompts directly, because this should be different for everyone. You should experiment more with these different things. Try prompting different ways. Try different reasoning levels. Try adjusting your Codex Agents MD and your Claude MD files a bit to see how it changes behavior. You should be spending a good bit of time in the .codex and .claude directories on your computer if you're using these agents and models. It's so fun to customize because it's not like you have to be deep in the weeds of the details of how it works and all these config files. It's a markdown file, and changes to that can fundamentally change the experience that you're having. And the more you move things around, the more you channel our inner Dan Abramov to experiment and shift until things feel the way you want them to, and have your own feelings change in the process. That's what's going to give you the best experience using these things. If you blindly follow my recommendations, or you go set up somebody else's recommendations, like you install any of the oh my whatevers, you're never going to learn what doesn't work, and you're going to be limited by the creativity of someone else. Go play with it yourself. I don't have a bunch of other people's skills and things installed. I just dick around and change things and read the traces from my agents when they don't do what I expect and make adjustments until they do. Not the right one. But yeah. I am currently deep in the process of rewriting my Agents MD, and this is all by hand. Not a line of this was LLM generated, and I think that is one of the best places to take the time, because you'll be amazed how much these things can change how the model feels to use. What I'm trying to say is What I'm trying to say is that you need to stop looking for someone else's solutions on a shelf for you to buy, copy, paste, and hope for the best. You should use resources like this video and like these other examples people have as inspiration to get it the way you want yourself. So go play, go configure, go customize, and see what you can do. I have a feeling you'll be surprised. Keep playing and keep prompting. And until next time, peace, nerds. You know what? I need to shift calendar stuff around more. This is now higher priority. Zig versus Bun, then that. I think that gets pushed back a day too. Oh yeah, this needs to be. Where did I have? Yeah, 5.6 Ultra's not what you think. And it's better in Claude code. Cool. I'm gonna put both of these here, and notes for the team. We should get the Zig versus Bun video ready to go, but not post it on a specific day. If Prime beats us and posts his, we should have it ready so we can post as a follow-up. But I really want to focus on like 5-6 month. Like get these out, because now that I'm promising these videos in videos, I think it's important to have like a good trajectory for them. And like a good cadence, like 1, 2, 3, 4 for it. You have thumbnails ready for Bun versus Zig? Awesome. I think I'm gonna have to film more ads post stream, which is annoying because normally I just like go lie down and eat food. But we need more ads for all of these things. If I'm not using Fable, I'm not using a Claude model at this point. I don't have many skills. And like I made almost all of them myself. Actually, I'm pretty sure I did make all of the current skills I have myself. Like the ones that aren't built-ins. Let me thank all the subs. We got Tech Brew Boss, Silo Fi, I think I already got you. Nidex with the fucking 4 years of tier 3. Goddamn, legend out here. Reinforce and learn with the tier 1. Monsteroid with the prime for 5. Appreciate that. I need some water 1 sec. You'll get a pretty big crash course when you're here Mondays, don't worry. Thank you, Monsteroid, for the 5. Poppage for the 5 as well. Sup, nerds. Wes Winder here. Always good to see you, Wes. Thanks for stopping by for 4 months of the sub, too. Goddamn. And then Grim Codes here for the 7. You've been around a lot longer than 7 months. I owe you more DMs. We'll catch up soon. Cool. I'm going to change to a less warm sweater quick because the temperature is not getting better fast enough. I'll be right back. Much better. Looks fine. Yep. We're good. Nice. What do you got for me here? Slot fork Android to run on iPhone. That's not the reason to slot fork Android. So I don't see it this way, delayed reaction. I see it as the point of Luna is not to be the front-facing thing you click on and use. It is to use as a tool for various things that maybe your agent calls, but usually it's going to be your code calling. And the role of Sol is to be the thing you actually work with, and the role of Terra is to be a thing you can work with that is cheaper. I think what happened here is Luna accidentally got too good rather than Terra is bad. Sol delegates to Sol right now. You know, we're going to do the Ultra video because the Ultra one is going to be the major crash out on the current state of subagents in Codex. Let me install the latest update quick. Really? Sorry, I had to message the group chat with them about that because, like, what the fuck? How have they not fixed the destruction of this app? It's... I'm tired. Let me see if I can at least reinstall it. Let's just see if it's working still. I'm guessing it isn't, but we shall see in just a second. Okay, it opened title, and Codex computer use is working. Okay, it appears like it's working now. Cool. Now close title and assume that everything is fine. Cool. Weird rumor to be sharing right now. It is a Gurman rumor, but Apple's strategy is going to get real weird for a bit. Yeah, the Pro 3s are a massive upgrade. Pro 1 to Pro 2 was the big upgrade, specifically sound quality. Pro 2s sound incredible. Pro 3s made some changes to the EQ I don't love, but the battery life is way better, and the noise canceling is slightly better too. Noise canceling from 1 to 2 was insane. 2 to 3 was okay. Sound quality from 1 to 2 was insane. 2 to 3 was a regression. Battery life from 1 to 2 was pretty good. 2 to 3 was crazy. So yeah, 3 are still the best. When the EQ comes out in the new iOS update, they'll be even better because you can just fix the little things they got wrong. But yeah. What's the point of releasing Opus 5? If they can get a lot of the behaviors that we like from the 5 line into something cheaper, that is valuable. Because like Fable 5 is smarter and that's why we like it, but it's also better at subagents, which we like it for too. Sonnet 5 is better than Opus 4.8 at orchestration, which is stupid. That's why we need Opus 5. Only 30% of places have ACs in London. It's less than that in SF, but it's never too hot in SF. Like even now, it's not too hot outside. It's just that I left my super hot lights on overnight accidentally, so this room was baking. I got a bad feeling I'm losing my voice in the next day or two. I can sense it. And I can feel it, obviously. But yeah, let's crash out about Ultra. Give that. Cool. I will let those do their thing. What do you have for me from the Claude account? I already saw that. GDB. Not surprised. Greg's the best. 1 million views on that. Congrats. I still boost everything. You're almost at 13K followers. It'd be really cool if you hit 15 and I can say that I 3x'd you in a day. Yeah, I was inspired. A friend of mine did a this person is great, you should follow them post. And it got them from 3K to 10K. So I was like, I wonder what would happen if I did this. And I did. And yeah. I become famous. First, you have to be better at shit posting than the people already famous for it. Then you have to get the attention of the people who are famous for it. And then they'll signal boost you and you'll be famous too. Yeah, she'll probably hit 15K. I'm not, like today, I'm not surprised at all. I'd be surprised if she didn't at this point. Cool. I am ready for the Ultra Crash out. Okay, let's do it. When OpenAI put out GPT 5.6, they didn't just put out a new model. They put out 3. But they didn't just put out 3 new models either. They also put out 2 new reasoning levels. They added Max and Ultra as options you can use in tools like Codex. And I'm here to tell you something about those options. As good as OpenAI makes them sound here, saying that it's the highest capability setting, coordinating multiple agents across parallel work streams, I'm here to tell you that they're kind of lying. Not because Ultra is bad, because Ultra isn't a reasoning level. It is also bad, which we'll talk about plenty, don't worry. But the thing I want to make sure is clear is that Ultra is probably not what you think it is. But also, it is bad. I am incredibly frustrated with the way Ultra has been rolled out, both because it was not available to me during my early access testing, so I had to build all my familiarity with it in the last few days, and also because it's caused a ton of confusion to people who are trying to use these models the best they possibly can. And ready for the most unexpected twist here? I blame Anthropic for all of this. OpenAI as well for shipping something that doesn't work, but Anthropic are the ones who started this trend that is not very good and is misleading people like you and I into using things incorrectly and not really knowing how to talk about them. I have a bunch of questions I want to answer in this video. What is Ultra? Why is it bad? How can it be fixed? And most importantly, what the fuck is going on with Codex? Because I am at the point where I am now using 5.6 Sol in other harnesses. Specifically, here I am using it in Claude Code. I want to do my best to break down what's going on and why I'm making all these changes after a real quick break for today's sponsor. I'm going to go through all that later. These are doing their jobs. First and foremost, let's start with what is Ultra. I'll start in the terminal so I can show you when you select the model that Ultra is presented here as a reasoning level. You have low, medium, high, extra high, max, and Ultra. If you use the ChatGPT app, formerly known as the Codex app, you'll see the same. We have the slider here where it phrases it as light. They did an interesting thing here where it starts at the bottom as Terra Light, then it goes to Sol Light, then Sol Medium, Sol High, Sol Extra High. This is a change. It was going to Ultra before, and I think they actually listened to me and they hid Ultra from that slider. I shouldn't have installed the update I just installed because before I installed the update, Ultra was at the end of this list. I have told OpenAI verbatim multiple times now that Ultra should never have been included the way it was in this selector. It even had a fancy purple gradient it would do when you did it before. I am thankful they killed that because that was the biggest mistake. Why is it a mistake? It's because Ultra isn't a reasoning level. Let me explain. I'll explain the easiest way I know how to, which is with Claude Code. Not because I'm going to ask it to explain, but I want to show you what happens when you do /effort. You have options here. Low, medium, high, X high, max, and ultra code. Ultra code. Ultra code. I wonder if there's some overlap here. Ultra code was a pretty cool feature in Claude Code, but you'll notice underneath here, ultra code says X high plus workflows. If you haven't kept up with my recent If you haven't been keeping up with my recent pro Claude Code arc, this is the big part of why. It's workflows. Ultra Code isn't workflows, but it's a way to trigger them. The more important piece to look at here is the other thing it says underneath, which is X high. Your options are high, X high, max with the fancy little gradient on the text there, but then Ultra Code does the super fancy gradient. Silly, but watch at the top here. Watch at the top here. I currently have Fable 5 with high effort selected. So when I press enter here, it's going to change that to Ultra, right? Nope. It changes it to Fable 5 with X high effort, and Ultra Code is just a state in the bottom. Because the reason for that is that Ultra Code isn't a reasoning level. Ultra Code is a skill, and Ultra is 2. What do I mean by that? What I mean is that it's the same as when you do a / command to pull in a skill, where it takes the content of that markdown file and it appends it to the system prompt, so it's there when the next message comes through. The reason they do this is they want to make it easier to trigger subagents. Ultra and Ultra Code are both instructions for the model to use way more subagents. In Claude Code, this works through workflows, and in Codex, it works through the agent implementations called V1 and V2, which I will crash out about momentarily, don't worry. I just wanted to make sure that we understood this first and foremost. Ultra isn't a reasoning level. It's effectively a toggle that turns on a change in your system prompt, telling the model to do more subagents. There are good and bad ways to do this. I will defend Anthropic here and say, even though I don't love it being in the selector the way it is, they ended up implementing the actual thing. Let me reword this. As much as I love to give Anthropic shit, they did mostly get this right. It's a little too easy to leave Ultra Code on, which isn't great, but as an implementation with the system prompt change and specifically the default to X high effort, not to max, when you go to Ultra, the reasoning level is lower than it was on max. Again, when I go to /effort, low, medium, high, X high, max, Ultra. And the thing that's unintuitive is that Ultra Code actually points at X high, not at max. This is not what Codex does. Sorry, this is not what ChatGPT does. I also can't help but notice they are hiding the max option now. They're listening to me. It's fun seeing in real time OpenAI making changes based on the things that I'm shouting about on the internet. But Ultra is still hidden here under effort, where it never should have been in the first place. When we click it, you'll see all of these other changes. Under the hood, Ultra is using max reasoning levels, which is absurd because max reasoning burns tokens. I talked about this a bit in my previous cost savings video, but the TLDR is that max does up to 2 times more token burn than X high or high, and it's not that much smarter. Depending on the bench, it's between 4% and 8%, or depending on the bench, it's between 4% and 10% better at more than 2x the cost. So I don't think max makes sense almost ever. But Ultra isn't max. Ultra is a nearly infinite Ultra is nearly infinitely recursive maxes, which means it burns tokens. This is the primary reason Ultra is bad. Problem is that the parent agent and The problem is that the parent agent and all of the subagents are set to max reasoning. Well, Theo, this is an easy fix. Just tell the parent agent, the top level, to spin up the subagents on a lower reasoning level. Well, here is where the next part starts to... I'll have more on this in a bit, but what I will say for now is that the version of subagents... Let me write this out first. I'll have more to say on this in a bit, but the TLDR for now is that the version of subagents that Sol uses does not currently allow for selection of reasoning levels. So if you have Ultra set, all of the children spawned from it are... So if you have Ultra set, all of the children subagents spawned are also going to be Ultra. I crashed out pretty hard about this on Twitter, going as far as to say that Claude Code is far ahead. At the very least, they should give me an interim solution where I can hard set subagent reasoning levels. The current implementation is so bad that I think it has caused this perception shift where people think that the new models are way less efficient and will destroy your rate limits. The new models won't do that. At least with a little bit of careful use, they won't do that. Ultra absolutely will. I blew my first 5-hour limit in 20 minutes using Ultra on fast mode because I didn't know how much crazier it would be. Instantaneously evaporated my limit. I burned a manual reset and I evaporated again another 40 minutes. I hit the 5-hour limit twice in under an hour, all because I had one Ultra run going. I'm realizing now that the order of events I planned here isn't actually going to make a lot of sense. So I'm going to move how it can be fixed to be after my rant about the current state of Codex. Oh boy. So, as I said, the subagent's version being used doesn't expose the necessary functionality. What do I mean by that? Well, what I mean is that there are two versions of subagents in Codex right now, labeled V1 and V2 internally. The Codex CLI, which is what powers the Codex desktop app, is open source. So we can actually look through the code here. Is there a way to move in Ghosty? I've been too used to using CMux. I moved off because I was having performance issues and I was curious. Is there a way to move a split view into its own tab? Like a hotkey to pop it out? Move tab to new window. There we go. Perfect. Oh no, I moved the tab to a new window. That was not what I wanted to do. Anybody have a hotkey or anything for this? I don't think I can. Annoying. I have 5.6 Sol in Codex and Claude Code breaking down how the subagent implementations work so that we can compare based on their findings. Codex finished first. I'll look at Claude codes for the difference in a minute. I had them both going through the actual code base to try and break up the difference between these implementations. Obviously, LLM speak, so we'll get through it and I will do my best to clean it up. V1 is like a dispatcher hiring temporary helpers by ticket number. V2 is like a named project team with an org chart and mailboxes. Good enough. V1 is very much a simple tool call that is a way the model can trigger another submodel to go do something. So let's say you tell the model to go review 3 PRs. It can spin up 3 sub-agents, one for each PR, with the instructions to go do that one thing. And then when they're done, they'll all send up their findings, and that top-level agent will decide what to do from there. I don't see a little 3 dot anywhere in here. Our little codex built description, or side note, this page is ugly as sin. I have things to say about that soon, don't worry. But it starts here with 5 definitions worth knowing. They refer to the parent agent as the root agent. I think that's fine. Then there is the sub-agents, which are the things spawned by that root agent. Sub-agents can also spawn themselves. We'll have to deal with that in a bit. Then there is the context, which is all of the info that the top-level agent and the sub-agents have. Usually, sub-agents are spawned by writing a new prompt or summarizing the stuff going on in the main thread so that the sub-agent has a limited set of context. Remember that, because there are things going on here. The mailbox is a new concept in the V2 implementation where there are messages for the team, as well as the ability to send messages between different agents. And then there is slots, which is the number of agents that can be running, and the shared workspace, which is the files the agents are working on. This does not need to be in here. This is not a great description. What a surprise. Oh. Fun. Deal with that later. At the very least, it made decent diagrams here. With V1, you have that root level agent, and it can spawn sub-agents to do specific things that return a result when they're done. V2 is a complete overhaul where the different sub-agents can talk to each other and spawn sub-agents of their own. This sound familiar? Remember that infinite recursion thing I was talking about with Ultra? Yeah. There's a problem, though. V1 is the finished implementation. This is what Codex uses by default. And V2 is an overhaul that they are still working on. It's still a work in progress. V2 is very much unfinished, and if you turn it on, you get errors for having V1 at all, especially if you have anything changed about V1, like custom limits, custom instructions, whatnot. You can't have V1 and V2 on at the same time. Until now, because there's a really, really annoying exception. Let me make sure this file doesn't have anything in it I can't show. Cool, I can. In the models cache JSON file, which is the file that Codex uses to determine which models are available to you, there's a new field they added, multi-agent version, which is V2 for Sol and Terra, and V1 for everything else. So now it doesn't matter what you have configured or if you've manually opted into V2, the new models are always routing to V2. But V2 has some other quirks. Nothing about V2 here. With V1, Codex had access to this handful of tools for spawning, sending, waiting, closing, and resuming subagents. They would create a separate thread effectively with its own context for the agent to go do its thing and then respond when it's done. The parent would wait for the agents to be complete and then summarize whatever it got back. V2 is quite different because now it is breaking down tasks instead of just subagents. An agent requires a task name. A root child named research becomes /root/research. Its tests become /root/research/tests. So this is a path-based naming scheme for agents to spawn subagent layers. But the biggest issue for me is the way it handles context sharing. By default, all of the history in your main thread is going to be shared to all of the subagents. Spoiler, this is really fucking stupid. While 5.6 is way better at not falling for context pollution where some bad thing in the history affects how it behaves, it still does. This also is a massive increase in cost because the subagents now have way more context. I would assume that part of why they did this is to keep the cache consistent between the parent agent and the subagents, but I'm also pretty sure there are changes in the system prompt which is slightly higher, therefore busting the cache. Not positive about that, but I would be surprised. Either way, getting one cache right at the start of a new subagent thread is far from a high cost. I think it's stupid to try and preserve cache between the root agent and the subagents. So yeah, dumb. I don't like this at all. As I said, by default, it now takes all of your turns in all of the history when it goes to that subagent. But you can set different amounts to share, like none, or a number like 3. And as I said, the default is the full history, which I think is really dumb. It also filters out the tool calls, so that breaks cache. What was the Tebow thing? This is him replying. Let me Sorry, I had to send a message. Sorry about that. Cool. Where things start to get really weird is this idea of mailboxes. Instead of just having a subagent go do some work and then respond when it's done, they now can send typed messages between each other. Send message queues a note. Follow-up task gives an idle helper more work and can start its next turn. This allows for the parent agent to send additional work down to an existing subagent when it decides it wants more done. This is one of those things where it does genuinely sound really, really cool. In reality, mixed results. The finished work is routed to the direct parent. So again, if they're nested, tests sends its results to research, which sends its results to root. Yeah. And waiting no longer means wait till it's done. And waiting no longer means wait till it's done. It means wait till we get a message back. There's also the ability to list all of the agents, or the root agent can also list all of the subagents and even interrupt them if for some reason it wants to. If it got info from another subagent, it's like, oh, that thing probably doesn't matter anymore. I can kill that. There is no depth limit in V2, so it could spawn infinitely nested subagents, but it can only run 4 at a time by default, which I had changed, which is a big part of how I hit crazy usage so quickly. Random observation, I did run this prompt on both Codex and Claude Code. Claude Code took a bit longer. Again, I was using 5.6 Sol on both. But let's take a look at the difference for the page that it made for us here. Did I open the right link here? Yes. And this is basically the same content. That wasn't a great transition. I don't think the rest of this part matters. I'm going to save this difference for later, though. What was the thing I wanted to complain about? Fuck, I've lost my train of thought on this. I know where to transition. This is exciting and interesting, yes. Let me, I know what I want to use for my transition here, cool. If you feel like this design's a little bloated, you're not the only one. I love this message from JKF here. It sounds like too many people designed Subagents V2 and caused it to be bloated. I agree. I don't really like the design of V2, and I didn't use it much when I was testing 5.6 Sol because, again, they hadn't added this change where it would default route to V2. I did turn it on manually near the end of my testing out of curiosity, and I noticed it would work a lot longer. Didn't get far enough on real work to really see a difference in the quality of the output, but it definitely goes a lot longer and spins up a lot more. Don't necessarily love that, but it can. All of that said, I've been using it more since, and I'm not really impressed with the quality of the work and output I get from V2 with the current settings and setup in Codex. While I do love the ability to spawn subagents to break up work and control the context a bit more, the changes to how context is managed and the changes to how messages are passed makes this noisier, is the simplest I can put it. And it also burns way, way, way more tokens as a result. And this leads us to our final question of how can it be fixed? Well, first and foremost, I want to jump in front of, I don't want to put this point. I know this stuff scares a lot of people. Like, they're afraid if they don't get it right initially, they might miss out on this opportunity. They might fall behind, all these things. And a lot of you guys are trying so hard to stay on top of the best solutions. If you're here out of fear and not out of excitement and curiosity, the only thing I want you to take from this is that you should just wait a bit. The current implementation is bad and has rough edges, but the OpenAI team is incredible at taking feedback. I have been shocked as I film at just how many of the things I'm complaining to them about have been addressed between the 6-ish hours ago where I sent the complaint on Slack and now when it's not there anymore. If you just wait a little bit, these things will improve. And continuing to use the defaults and trusting that these companies will get it figured out eventually, you'll be fine. It's not that big a deal. I know I am crashing out hard about this, but I want you to realize this is because I am a hardcore nerd who cares too much and is just digging into the details because they want to. You don't have to do this to stay on top, or you don't have to do this to stay ahead. You can just use the tools as they work by default, and they are still really good. With all of that said, I think OpenAI needs to rethink how they do subagents. As I showed before, Ultra Code was very much them copying what OpenAI... As I showed before, Ultra is very much... As I showed before, Ultra in Codex is very much OpenAI copying what Anthropic did with Ultra Code. I don't like how I said copying there. 5th time's the fucking charm. God damn, I can't talk at all today. As I mentioned before, Ultra in Codex is a pretty blatant copy of Ultra Code in Claude Code, at least in how it is meant to work, where it's added to the reasoning effort slider. It is meant to trigger subagents and be a way to force subagents on. It basically just appends to the system prompt, please, please, please use subagents. But in Ultra on Codex, it is doing that through these weird subagent tools like we've seen many times before. In Claude Code, it's using workflows. I've talked about them extensively before, and I do plan to again in the not too distant future in my why I'm using Opus. I've talked about workflows a bunch before in my Claude Code is Good video, and I plan to talk about them even more in my why I'm using Claude Code with... And I plan to talk about them even more in my ClaudeX video, where I show how I'm using 5.6 Sol in Claude Code directly, not as a subagent or a thing that Claude Code calls, literally as the model inside of Claude Code directly. It's way better than I thought it would be. The reason I'm doing that... Let me just close this. I don't need any more. The reason I'm doing this is workflows. To put it simply, workflows are a way for workflows are a way to programmatically define a bunch of subagent stuff. When you use one in Claude Code, you can actually save the file that it writes because it is writing... Let me find it. I have it here. Yeah. In Claude Code, you can actually save the file it writes because it's making a JavaScript file to do this work. Let me turn on word wrap quick. It starts by defining a meta, which is what it is going to... It starts by defining a meta, which is a name, a description, and different phases, because it has stages throughout its work. It then has a review schema, it then has schemas, which are the typed outputs that each of the phases should have. It then writes a prompt, and this is programmatic. So if it wants to insert things programmatically, use a map or some type of loop to add context in and do different steps, it can because it is just code. Once this is all defined, it can call the different phases. Sorry to my editor phase as I'm talking about phases. I'm sure that won't be confusing at all. So it starts phase reviewing. It defines reviews as a bunch of parallel agents. We have the first one here, which is a hard-coded prompt. Your assigned perspective is 5.6 Sol at high reasoning effort. Label, review, 5.6 Sol. Phase reviewing, model, 5.6 Sol, effort high. Schema, review schema. Agent type, general purpose. And we do the same here with another one that's using Terra as well. And then one here using Fable, because I asked it to use all three of these. Once this phase is completed, because remember, we awaited it up here. I know, crazy, we're reading code in a Theo video again. It starts the synthesizing phase, where it awaits another agent call, where it is passed these review results as a JSON blob that's been stringified. And now another agent using Fable 5 on high is going to process all of the data it was given and respond following the synthesis schema. And this is how you can programmatically use subagents. All of the stages are defined ahead of time, and depending on what the outputs of a given stage are, or a given agent run are, it can decide if it should put the results in another run in another subagent in a different stage. This one is really, really simple because there was only two phases. There was the review phase and the synthesis, or there's the review phase and the synthesizing phase. I've had many more complex ones, though. I've had some that had 12 plus phases. Here's one that had 5. It was research, verify, synthesize, critique, and finalize. Each of those got a schema for how the output should be formatted. It was given a common prompt to append to the top of all of them because all of them need to know what the directory is and a bit of other information. It created these different topics that are keys and prompts for different things that we'll be doing throughout. It then starts the research phase. It goes through and defines multiple subagents to do all of that. It filters them by whether or not they... It clears out any that didn't have an actual response in case that happens, but you can also filter based on a given field. Like if you had a field in the response that was should keep researching true or false, or needs another review, or needs follow-up, or solves problem, whatever it decides to put in here, it can now use that content to determine where to pass off the work next, because it is code. The problem with most subagent implementations is that they're leaning too hard into tool calls. They work because the model will spit out a call spin up subagent with this information, and then it does it, and then it does another tool call for another, and then it does it, and then it does it again, where the agent has to keep all of this context itself and spin everything up as part of the LLM's work. With workflows, it's hard-coded, but it's hard-coded on the fly. Previously, subagents were just full-on hard-coded, where certain harnesses, cough, cough, oh my pie, cough, cough, open code, had hard-coded subagent descriptions. Like, this is a researcher subagent. It does these things. This is an implementer subagent. It does these things. Workflows is a really cool in-between where on the fly it will create these different subagent types and classes and what they're expected to return with, and then create a flow, a workflow, if you will, where each stage is determined based on what happened on the fly with code that was written ahead of time. This does a few things really well, but the biggest it does is it kind of puts a hard cap on when this all ends. Instead of just going forever, which happens a lot with instead of just going forever, which is really possible with Codex's Ultra implementation, there's a fixed number of phases, so eventually it will get to the end. It might spin up a shitload of subagents in one field. For example, if you ask it to read 3 files and find things that are worth fixing, it might find 72 things to fix in the first file, and it might spin up 72 subagents in the next section, the next phase, where it is fixing the things that it finds. That's fine, though, because it will eventually get to the end always. Ultra is much more likely to just go forever because it ends when the agents decide to end, not when the code is completed. I think OpenAI So what I'm trying to say is I think OpenAI copied the wrong parts. They copied the UX, which was bad, where they disguised it as a reasoning level where it isn't. And they didn't copy the implementation, which is good, because workflows are an awesome way to break up work programmatically. They are so awesome that I've been primarily using Claude. They are so awesome that I'm causing problems for a lot of people because of it, and I have a whole dedicated video coming up about my usage of 5.6 Sol in Claude Code. It probably will be... It's probably going to be the next video I post, so make sure you subscribe and hit that bell if you want to see it as soon as it drops. I think you'll be surprised. Spoiler, I'm going to spend the majority of this video crashing out about the system prompt in Codex, because it is so much worse than I thought it would be. One last thing, shout out Maria for making this awesome demo of what the... One last thing, shout out to Maria for making this awesome demo of what the model selector should look like in Codex. Sorry, ChatGPT. You have the different models, you have the different models and different effort levels, but you also have Ultra as a switch on the side. Because again, Ultra isn't an effort level. Ultra is a skill. that everyone from Tebow to Dominic to... Where's GDB? And everybody from Tebow... Where did... Oh, that's not the right thing. That's why. Cool. Let me get to the end here. And it seems like everybody from Tebow to Dominic to even GDB himself agrees that, as silly as this is, something like this does make sense. So for now, don't use Ultra. If you really want to get this type of thing, keep an eye out for my video on how to use workflows in Claude Code with GPT-5.6 Sol. Because even Tebow supports my chaos here. Hope this was helpful, and until next time, peace, nerds. Fun. Like, that was a good one. Cool, we did it, nerds. You know that continuously spamming your thing isn't going to help. I am denying all these because you kept going after it failed, and that pisses me off. If you're not even willing to buy a real domain for your blog, I don't know why you think I should read it. Like have some effort, man. Thank you to Reinforce and Learn for the tier 1. Monsteroid for the 5 months of support. Poppage for the 5. Wes, oh, I thanked all you guys already, right? Yeah. Thank you, Grim. Always good to see you, man. Shiv with a gift. No need to gift, man. Appreciate it, but you don't got to do that. 2200 SS2200 for the Prime. Jack9 Twitch for the Prime. Dan Vale for the 27 months support. Always good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. Dr. Dory here with the Prime sub for 17 months, thanking me for the Codex tips. How do you DM Twitter? But I'm probably not going to get to it anytime soon. I've taken over the OpenAI group chat and I feel bad. Yeah, if it's important enough to get a hold of me, you can send an email to the email address on my YouTube channel, and my assistant will flag it to me if it's actually important. Best advice I have there is make the subject line simple and don't clickbait or exaggerate, and make the email short and punctual. Don't make it paragraphs because I don't fucking care, and neither does my team. The more you write, the less likely it matters. So yeah, take that as you will. Generally speaking, I don't have time for DMs for people who aren't working for me, and if you aren't working for me, there's no chance it's happening anytime soon. Anyways, I need to talk about 5.6. Oh shit, thank you for the 10 bomb, Corilla. Right after the gift as well. Super, super generous. Appreciate you guys. Thank you for my keynote speech. Really helpful. That's good to hear. Thank you, Reinforce. PC, you're the top of my list of people I have to reply to, and you already have gotten through the DM filter thing, so you're good. I just have to respond, which means I have to have time, which means you're screwed for a bit. Feels a bit odd. Yeah, because it is my job to get and retain attention. It is not your job to get and retain my attention. And my clickbaiting is also very, very reasonable for what it is. It clearly pulls in the people who should be here for the thing in question. And the harsh reality is that if you were good at clickbaiting responsibly, you wouldn't need to try to get my attention. You'd probably already have it. But if you're poorly trying to copy what you perceive to be me clickbaiting in an email header, I'm going to think it's cringe as shit and hate you. Just saying. Yeah, sitting still this long is only doable because I'm so focused out on like doing the thing. We're in the middle of a huge overhaul of T3 code with the orchestration stuff, the connect stuff, and a few other things. So it's going to be a bit before we could really take contributions because those things are so chaotic. I am going to do another pass now that the 5-hour limit's gone to have agents go through and prioritize the PRs for me. So the best thing you can do is make the PRs really simple with a description of what it should affect and why it's probably safe to merge. And my agent will notice that and be more likely to flag it to me, so I hit merge. But anything that is going to meaningfully change the relationship between like the harnesses, the server, and the bindings between that and the client, that's going to be a no-go for a bit because we're deep in overhauling all of it. I just remembered one more thing for the Ultra vid. Phase, I do not know if I said this in the video or not. If I did, don't bother. But when I was talking about why Ultra is bad, I definitely said something about how it was like maximizing your limits and how I was hitting, like it was the part where I said like I hit my 5-hour limit twice in an hour. Include this with that. Yeah. Hitting your 5-hour limit or hitting your 5-hour limit in 40 minutes. Hitting your 5-hour limit in 20 minutes is bad, but what would be much worse is hitting your weekly limit in an hour and a half, which is dangerously possible right now because OpenAI is temporarily removing the 5-hour limit due to people hitting it too fast. This is a good change overall, but if you're using Ultra, it's a little scary because previously that 5-hour limit being hit is almost a warning, like a, hey, be careful, you're going to overuse this and lose your weekly limit. And since the 5 hours like 20 to 25% of your weekly, you would only lose 20 to 25% of your weekly usage. With this change, it is very much possible that Ultra could nuke your whole week. So be careful. Yeah, I'm not as interested in Sonara and DP code as much now because I don't want to be rude because I'm really pumped that there are these forks that are going as well as they are. But the best I can put it is the changes feel superficial, like it's small UI things, and it's fallen meaningfully behind on all of the back-end work we are doing. And it's nowhere near ready for like the mobile overhaul. The harsh reality is that I don't even have T3 code open on this computer anymore because I don't use it on my computer directly anymore. I am almost exclusively, or I'm pretty much exclusively using it through the browser on the app.t3.code site, connecting to all of the terminal-based instances on other machines. So while I am pumped that people are taking the Electron desktop app and customizing it in ways that they like, and I plan to take some of the cool UX that they find and experiment with and bring it over, it is just not operating on the level that we are excited about. Like, could the UI be better? Sure. Could the sidebar be more interesting? Absolutely. But I I don't care about those details. What I care about is how much work I can get done with it. And it is trivial to get much more and more meaningful work done with T3 code. So while the forks are cool and I fully support them, want to be clear about that, most of them are now behind enough on the parts that are exciting about T3 code to me that I don't find them interesting. Just saying. I think they're cool as fuck and I keep an eye on them to see what they're doing. But yeah, the backend of T3 code is the coolest by far because of all the crazy shit that Julius has been doing with the meta harness layer and the package. Also, good to see you, Christitis Tech. How you doing? All right, 70% for the weekend. It's day one. Fingers crossed for the random resets. Do you have any resets cached at least? Clearly a paid Anthropic shell. You know, I'm going to save this so I can make a dunk on it later. You have 2 cached. Good. I have 4 right now. I had 3, but I think that I was in that weird 2-hour window where they were broken, so they gave me a free one. I saw your replies, Maria. Do I use T3 code remotely? Yeah, there's a billion of them. There's arguably too many. Lakebed is very close to ready. I have had no time to sit and finish it. Again, I have no time at all. Fingers crossed I'll actually be able to sit and get more work done on it tonight. Okay, let me get ready for this. I've run way too many readiness PRs on, or readiness prompts and threads on Lakebed. Burning through yourself with too many projects running? Yep, I feel you, man. Hopefully my cost-saving guide can help you at least a little bit there. Yeah, it feels great to be able to like do the crazy progress you can with this shit. Oh, Coding David throwing a tier 3 gift to Certified Victim. Thank you for that, man. The tier 3 gifts are rare and very good for us. Appreciate that. Oh shit, Fammy. All my favorites are showing up today. God damn. Thank you for stopping by. Not much. I just filmed a few fun videos. I filmed one crashing out about 5.6 Ultra because it's bad. And I did my 5.6 cost saving video. And now we're going to talk about 5.6 and Claude Code. This should be very fun. The Ultra is just bad right now. Cool. Do right up 3 mark. Cool. Okay, I think I have everything I need for this. Thank you, Chris, by the way. Really appreciate the kind words. Cool. If you had told me a year ago, If you had told me a few months ago I would have to make this video, I would have looked at you very, very strange. Because I never thought I would be praising Claude Code as much as I'm about to, especially in the context I'm about to praise it in. You see, I've been using 5.6 a lot, but I haven't been using it in Codex. I'm using it in Claude Code. I'm sure you have a lot of questions, as you probably should, because this is kind of dumb. It is so dumb that I tried it out during my early access window and was impressed. And now that I'm getting more and more frustrated with codecs as a harness, a CLI, and more, I decided to go explore using 5.6 Sol in Claude Code a bit more. And the results have absolutely broken me. Not just because it writes better code, or not just because it is not just because like Claude Code is a better UI. It kind of is better than the Codex CLI, but the real benefits are the things Claude Code does differently, from how it thinks about subagents to its system prompt to its integrations and more. I already did a video where I praised the good parts of Claude Code. I did not think I would be revisiting this topic so soon, but yeah, I have some issues with codecs. This video is going to be a bit chaotic. I'm obviously going to show you how to set up 5.6 Sol in Claude Code. All with Thibaut's blessing, by the way. OpenAI is cool with this, going as far as promising resets if somehow you get banned for doing this. But I'm also going to talk a lot about why Claude Code is doing these, but I'm also going to talk a lot about the why Claude Code is better at doing these types of tasks. Both why Claude Code is better at, but I also am going to talk a lot about the why, both why I'm so frustrated with codecs and also what Claude Code is doing better to make me want to reach for it instead. And also a hint of why I'm not reaching for things like Pi, as cool as they are. No shots fired at Pi at all. It is awesome, but I need to talk about the things Claude Code and codecs do, because as usual, no shots fired at Pi at all, but I really need to focus in on Claude Code and codecs because there is a new generation of capability with these models, and it is very, very important that we understand what these harnesses are doing right and wrong if we want to get the most out of them. But first, I want to make sure you get the most out of today's sponsor. Cool. Water quick. Okay, let's get started with this. First and foremost, Okay, let's get started. I've broken this up into 3 key pieces. What's wrong with codecs, what's better in Claude Code, and most importantly, how do you set this up for yourself? Is this just the system prompt? Because I already have it open. Oh, the Claude system prompt. Yeah, this is good to have. It's relatively small in comparison. This is not the system prompt. This is how to get the system prompt. You can get the system prompt more simply, and I will in a bit. Don't worry. Cool. Yeah, CC history is how I get it. Ryong Kink, good job, PC style. It's okay. I already have the system prompt saved, and I don't need them just yet anyways. So don't worry too much, guys. I know what I'm doing here. I have had this video in my head for 2 days, so just trust me. Cool. So with that, let's get started with what's wrong with codecs. There are layers to this one. I don't want to crash out again about the rebranding of codecs as the ChatGPT desktop app, or about the shit show of the CLI not getting updated as much as the desktop app. Generally speaking, I still think for most people, the best way to start using and taking advantage of more agentic engineering is the Codex desktop app on one of the Codex subscriptions. This hurts because obviously I want to be pushing people towards T3 code, but the Codex app is a really good starting point, so much so that it inspired me to build my own open source alternative. Codex desktop app, really, really good starting point. But I have some issues right now. The biggest issue by far is how Codex thinks about subagents. I just filmed a video about Ultra Mode that's already out. I would recommend checking that out if you want a deeper dive on this. The simplest TLDR I can give is that there's two versions of subagents in Codex. The V1 is stable and very simple. It lets the top level agent spawn a bunch of subagents one level deeper with specific work and tasks to do, and then gets a response when they're done. V2, which is the new unfinished version that you have to manually enable, has the ability to copy the whole context window over by default, which is annoying, and also let the subagents spin up their own named subagents beneath them with layering and message passing between them. It takes a very simple hierarchy and makes it a bit absurdly complex and adds a ton of tools that are necessary for all of these things to communicate, and the result's a bit chaotic and clearly still being tuned. That's why it's off by default, except it's on by default for 5.6 Sol and Terra because they have a special models.json file that gives data about those models that specifies to override your settings and use the V2. Ugh. That's enough about that. Again, go check out my video I just did about Ultra if you want a deeper dive on how subagents are currently working in Codex. The thing I want you to know right now is that I don't like it, and I find that the subagent workflows, specifically the workflow feature in Claude Code, is much better. Because instead of having subagents spawn randomly when the model decides to, the model will upfront define a programmatic workflow with different stages, different prompts, different subagents at each stage that can spawn work for other stages, all in a single JavaScript file that is executed top to bottom, because code is a great way to define something dynamic. OpenAI is shipping the code in Codex itself, and the model has to call the code correctly. Claude Code lets the model itself write the code for its workflow and for its subagents, which I have found to be much better overall. I found it to be so much better that I wanted to try it myself, and that's what inspired me initially to start using 5.6 inside of Claude Code, not Fable in Claude Code calling 5.6 over the Codex CLI, but with 5.6 as the actual model doing the work in Claude Code itself. I did some hacks to set this up during the initial testing window and was very impressed with I did some initial hacks to get this set up I did some hacks to set this up in the testing window and was pretty impressed, but didn't have enough time to really push it. Since then, I've been using it a ton. And the more I use it, the more impressed I get. But workflows are just the start. I want to talk about something else really quick. Not the plan I was looking for. Let me grab the link from my other browser quick. I have a question for you guys. Which model do you think designed this page? When I look at this, it screams Claude to me. This obviously looks like something that Claude made, right? Like Fable or Opus, clearly. As someone who's looked at a lot of pages that are generated by 5.6, or retake on that. As someone who's looked at a lot of pages that were generated with Codex, this very much looked like a Claude page to me. Maybe something GLM did, but this obviously looked like Claude Code made this page. Specifically with it, or retake on the last sentence there. It could be something GLM or otherwise distilled off of Claude, but this screams Claude to me. Let me get the other link I had earlier. That's the new one. I want this one. Nope. Oh, it did its own thing there. That's why. That's annoying. Okay, cool. For reference, here's a similar page I did with Codex in 5.6 Sol. I don't know about you guys, but the difference in quality here is pretty aggressive to me. I think both are slop, to be clear. This one hurts me a lot less than the one that Codex did. It shouldn't be too surprising to you, based on the topic of this video, that this page was made with Sol inside of Claude Code. So why the hell is 5.6 Sol making designs this much better in Claude Code? You probably are going to have the same assumption I had, which is that they have some things in the system prompt for Claude Code that make it more likely to do good designs. So I investigated. I read the full Claude Code system prompt, trying to find this front-end guidance so that I could bring it over to Codex and maybe have Codex design better. So I hunted, and the word front-end appears 3 times. First, it appears with the instructions that for UI and front-end changes, start the dev server and use the features in a browser before reporting the task as complete. This is telling the model to confirm its work. Cool, makes sense. Not really front-end guidance. Don't worry though, the word front-end appears 2 more times on the page. Oh, they're both here as examples of memory. Huh. Strange. Maybe UI appears in here? Oh yeah, it does twice in the thing we were just at for UI or front-end changes. Huh. Does that mean the system prompt has nothing about design? Why is it designing things so much better then? Something has to be up. I also remembered that OpenAI has been bragging about 5.6 being way better at design, even though I never saw that. But when I was testing 5.6, almost all of the work I did in it was done in Codex. Turns out I was checking the wrong place. If you were waiting for the crash out, it begins now. This is the official Codex system prompt. You are Codex, an agent based on GPT-5. You and the user share one workspace, and your job is to collaborate with them until their goal is genuinely handled. You can tell from the first sentence what you're in for here, can't you? Oh boy. I don't want to spend this whole video reading this to you guys and explaining how horrible it is. Okay, that's a lie. I do kind of want to do that. It is very tempting because I did read this whole thing. And however bad you think it is comically worse. Oh, fun. They listened to me, I think, at least. I think they might have listened to me and removed the part I want to bitch about the most, so I'm going to go find a cached version so I could do that there. Thank you to Felipe for uploading this for me. It is very helpful to have. Here is the official front-end guidance that was in Codex up until recently, I think at least. Let me double check quick. It was an easy way to do this. And I'm on Ultra, which means I have to stash that. Yes, they changed it. They listened to me. I crashed out at my friend who works on front end stuff at Codex to get this fixed, and they did. But can we take a moment to appreciate that it takes a fucking YouTuber to get slop removed from Codex? Why is this my job? Let me show you what I made them remove. This is the previously present official front-end guidance. You follow these instructions when building applications with a front-end experience. First off, build with empathy. If working with an existing design or given a design framework in context, you pay careful attention to existing conventions and ensure that what you build is consistent with the frameworks used in design of the existing application. It gets so much worse from here. I see people in chat already freaking the fuck out. You have no idea how bad this gets. This is probably the worst counter psychosis I've ever had was reading this. This feels like it was written for GPT-4.1. You think deeply about the audience of what you are building and use that to decide what features to build and when designing layouts, components, visual styles, on-screen text, and interaction patterns. Using your application should feel rich and sophisticated. You make sure that the front-end design is tailored for the domain and subject matter of the application. For example, SaaS, CRM, and other operational tools should feel quiet, utilitarian, and work-focused rather than illustrative or editorial. Remember that thing that OpenAI models do where when you tell them to do a thing, they do the thing? This just told the model, if you're doing anything that looks like a SaaS, that it needs to look utilitarian, quiet, and work-focused. Always. And it does always. But this isn't even the bad section of the front-end guidance. The design instructions are where this falls apart. You make sure to use icons and buttons for tools, swatches for color, segmented controls for models, toggles/checkboxes for binary settings, sliders/steppers/inputs for numeric values, menus for option sets, tabs for views, and text or icon plus text buttons only for clear commands, parentheses, unless otherwise specified. Cards are kept at 8 pixel border radius or less unless the existing design system requires otherwise. Point 2. You do not use rounded rectangular UI elements with text inside if you could use a familiar symbol or icon instead. You build tooltips with names. You build tooltips with names and describe unfamiliar icons when the user hovers over it. Cool, fine. Point 3. You use Lucid icons inside buttons whenever one exists instead of manually drawn SVG icons. If there's a library, use that icon library instead. Whatever. The fact that it's prescribing specific libraries for icons and specific border radiuses for cards is absurd. But we're just getting started here. You build feature-complete controls, states, and views that a target user would naturally expect for the application. You do not use visible in-app text to describe the application's features, functionality, keyboard shortcuts, styling, visual elements, or how to use the application. You should not make a landing page unless absolutely required. When asked for a site, app, game, or tool, build the actual usable experience as the first screen, not marketing or explanatory content. When making a hero page, you use a relevant image, a generated bitmap image, or an immersive full bleed interactive scene as the background with text over it that is not in a card. Notice how all of the pages that Codex designs are the same? It's because it tells it exactly how to make it look. Here. It tells it how to structure the homepage to make sure the H1 tag is the brand, product, place, or person name, or a literal offer/category. Chat is begging me to stop reading because this is hurting them so much. This is an absolute shit show. And sadly, Neverdrak, this isn't a skill. This isn't a thing that you can add to Codex. This is the official Codex system prompt directly. Up until yesterday, every single time you sent a prompt to any OpenAI model in Codex, this all came along with it. You have burned hundreds of thousands, if not millions of tokens on this slop. And it took me, probably the first person to ever actually read this, to get it removed. I'm not trying to talk myself up here. In fact, I'm trying to do the opposite. I don't get why it's my job as a fucking YouTuber to be the one to get this fixed. And I'm at the point now where I am working on building a whole new Codex system prompt from scratch by hand. No AI generated anything in it. Prompts should be by hand, especially global ones and skills and things like that. My system prompt will be written by hand by the end of this coming week. And if it works out well, I will share it with all of you and harass OpenAI to copy my changes. But there is so much more in here. I don't want to just sit here and complain because God, you do not put UI cards inside of other cards. Do not style up page sections as floating cards. Only use cards for individual repeated items, modals, and genuinely framed tools. The word cards is on this page 6 times. The word card is 12. I feel sick. I could keep reading this and keep crashing out, but instead, I'm going to ask you guys a question to the power users of Codex. Have you ever noticed that when you set it off to do some work, like babysitting a PR or keeping track of subagents or just doing something long and difficult, that it loves to set timers? Specifically, it really loves to set 30-second timers. Have you guys seen this weird fixation on 30-second time limits in Codex? Because I did, and I was suspicious of this. Would you like to know where that came from? You provide user updates frequently, every 30 seconds. I cannot say enough bad things about this system prompt. It is enough of a reason to never trust Codex again. The fact that this has been shipping for as long as it has and is burning our tokens, wasting our time, and making our outputs worse is hilarious. And with this, I must issue an apology to my friends on Pi. I underestimated your game. To be fair, this is your fault too, because you never told us how bad the Codex system prompt was. Because the problem with Codex isn't even the implementation. A lot of it is just this. It is so bad. Don't worry though, it mentions goblins twice. The Codex system prompt mentions goblins more than the Claude Code one mentions front end and UI. It also mentions, and it mentions cards 6 times more than the Claude Code prompt mentions front end at all. My chat is crashing out so hard over this right now. What in the fuck? This has been fucking with it, interacting with Claude too. Please, God, stop this. Yep. You've all noticed this, and I'm the first person to figure out why somehow. I'm sure others have, and they just don't have a platform enough that they can be loud about it online. But like, what the fuck? Okay, I know I have. What about 0712? I thought I made plans for this. Did I not? Do I have them somewhere here then? Give me 1 sec to take these readings. I did mention before that you shouldn't be using agents to write your system prompts, your skills, and all of those things. Like, just do it by hand. They will come out way better, and you can adjust and learn as you go. That said, even most models should be able to see the problems with this system prompt. So I asked 5.6 Sol in Claude Code, as well as Fable 5 in Claude Code, and of course, 5.6 Sol in Codex, just to double check and be sure, to describe all of the things that are wrong with this system prompt and help me rate it. 5.6 Sol said the following in Codex, or 5.6 in Claude Code said the following. 7 out of 10 is a prompt for one tightly controlled Codex runtime, 4 out of 10 is a general coding agent prompt, and 3 out of 10 is a portable prompt for modern models like 5.6 Sol. Obviously, it is coupled to Codex. It's built for that. That's fine. I'll resize this so it's a bit easier on the eyes. Do I want to just minimize that? Yeah, I do. Cool. Put that there. Cool. Resizing makes it a bit easier to read. I'm sure you understand. It calls out that modern models generally understand tool schemas well without the main behavioral prompt repeatedly describing implementation details. These runtime instructions should be generated by the harness, not embedded into the reusable agent prompt. Yeah, sure, whatever. But it re-describes tool calls multiple times throughout. The front-end section is far too prescriptive. It's effectively a separate front-end design constitution. It consumes about a quarter of the prompt, even when the task concerns a CLI, database, backend, or a library. Several rules are also taste preferences presented as universal truths, like cards must have at most 8 pixel wide radius, or like cards must have an 8 pixel radius, or letter spacing must always be 0. All of these things that I went over before. A capable model will obey these, but this doesn't mean the results improve. It may ignore an existing design system, user request, or domain convention to satisfy arbitrary global constraints. And then has a bunch of actively questionable UX guidance. Like it's weird callouts for icon-only controls, especially for touch devices. Because touch devices don't have tooltips, remember? Why, please wait on the spamming me until I'm done with the current thought. I'll look in a sec. The ban on visible instructions... The ban on visible instructional text is more concerning. Empty states, onboarding, validation guides, accessibility hints, and contextual help are often essential product UI. Yep. Have you ever wondered why Codex never does good empty states? It's the system prompt. They also have a bunch of weird stuff in there, like continue until solved. That is probably part of why 5.6 doesn't stop when it should sometimes. Where is this part? It's Have you ever wondered why Codex loves to just start building when you're in the early stages of planning? It's right here, autonomy and persistence. Unless the user explicitly asks for a plan, asks a question about the code, is brainstorming possible approaches, or otherwise makes it clear that they do not want code changes yet, you assume they want you to make the change or run the tools needed to solve the problem. In those cases, do not stop at a proposal, implement the fix. If you hit a blocker, try to work it through yourself before handing the problem back. I am very thankful OpenAI lets you use your Codex sub other places right now. When you run out of context, the tool automatically compacts the conversation. That means that time never runs out. Though sometimes you may see a summary instead of the full thread. When that happens, you assume compaction occurred while you were working. Do not restart from scratch, continue naturally, and make reasonable assumptions. I love that I'm seeing in chat as I do this, people saying, oh my God, that's infuriating. I've been fucked by that exact prompt. I forgot it includes callouts about limiting dominant purple and purple blue gradients, beige, cream, sand, and tan, dark blue and slate, and brown/orange/espresso palettes. Scan CSS colors before. Yeah, you get the idea. They tried to make 5.5 better at design by putting a bunch of rules in and made it worse. They tried to make 5.5 more persistent by putting a bunch of rules in and made it worse or different. And all of these things were still applied on 5.6 where they should not have been. Apparently, the changes they made for the front-end design stuff is only for 5.6. It's still applied for 5.5, even better. We're unlikely to change the current system prompt for 5.5 because it was used during training, but I'll pass your feedback along to the team. I'm going to go insane. I'm actually going to go insane. Fun. Yeah, I mean, I knew it was in all the other things that copy the system prompt. That's not surprising. Don't really need proof. Do you mean this made it past researchers? Yep, it did. Researchers were told to make it better at front end, and this is how they did it. Even 5.6 Sol in Codex had a lot of negative things to say, specifically called it 4 out of 10 prompt implementation and tore apart a bunch of things that are wrong with it. I think there's even more than that. The point I'm trying to make here is that the system prompt feels more thrown together than crafted. And as much as I have shit on OpenAI, let me just get over to it. And as much as I have crapped on Claude Code, and as much as I've shit on Claude Code and the insane length of their system prompt and whatnot, it's a lot better here. I think they're actually writing a decent bit of it. You're an interactive agent that helps users with software engineering tasks. Use the instructions below and the tools available to you to assist the user. They added some inserts here about what to not do with like hacking and whatnot. Starts with descriptions of what the user will see. It says all text you output outside of tool use is displayed to the user. Output text to communicate with the user. Cool. That is fine. Tools are executed in a user-specific permission mode. Yep, makes sense. Doing tasks. The user will primarily request you to perform software engineering tasks. This may include solving bugs, adding new functionality, yada yada. You're highly capable and often allow users to complete ambitious tasks that would otherwise be too complex or take too long. You defer to user judgment about whether a task is too large to attempt. For exploratory questions, respond in 2 to 3 sentences with recommendations and the main trade-offs. Present it as something the user can redirect, not a decided plan. Don't implement until the user agrees. This is the opposite of the Codex one, and it's actually quite nice to have the model ask some questions. Prefer editing existing files to creating new ones. That's nice. It says be careful to not introduce security problems. Probably doesn't need to be inserted anymore, but not the worst thing. Default to writing no comments. Only add one when the why is non-obvious. A hidden constraint, a subtle invariant, a workaround for a bug, behavior that would surprise a reader. If removing the comment wouldn't confuse a future reader, don't write it. These are reasonable guidelines, and all of these are simple and pretty general. Executing actions with care. Carefully consider the reversibility and blast radius of actions. Generally, you could freely take local reversible actions like editing files or running tests. But for actions that are hard to reverse, affect shared systems beyond your local environment, or could otherwise be risky or disruptive, check with the user before proceeding. Just like the way this is written, the tone of it, the actual details, of course, as well, it's not that bad. It's actually decent. It gives a list of examples that are things it should verify before doing, like destructive operations, hard to reverse operations, actions visible to others. Meanwhile, I just saw poor Matt Schumer get his entire system, like user folder, deleted by Sol running an Ultra in Codex. So maybe Codex needs these warnings now too. Ugh. There's a simple tone and style section. It says only use emojis if the user requests it. Your responses should be short and concise. When referencing specific functions or pieces, use the pattern, file path, :line number. Don't use a colon before tool calls. Your tool calls may not be shown directly in the output. And then there's some info about how it should do text outputs, some info on how memory works inside of Codex. Then there's info on how memory works inside of Codex. Cool. I don't like memory. I said Codex, I meant Claude Code. You get the idea. Has things to not save. Memory is complex. I'm happy that they gave it enough instructions here to do it right. It gives info on the environment it is in. It gives the tools and how to use them. It has instructions on how to create a pull request, which are a little more specific than I like and make it in formats I don't love. This is one of the few things I would actually change here. Their edit tool, I still hate how Claude Code does edits, but that's a rant for another time. Schedule wake up is cool. It doesn't specify to wait 30 seconds. It gives it info on how to pick a good amount of delay, which is useful. It then gives a description of skills, tool search, and that's it. It's not that long. I read through the whole thing, and it wasn't too bad. Meanwhile, the more I read the codex system prompt, the more I questioned my whole life up until this point. Yeah. So that's enough of the codex crash out for now. I think a cleaning of house is in order on that side, though. This system prompt is so bad that it should just be deleted and rewritten from scratch. And they need to make some really, really intense benchmarks to measure success and failure, as well as auditing the histories to see how cringe its interactions are. This is bad beyond what is acceptable. So you've established what's wrong with Codex and a good bit of what's better in Claude Code. The system prompt is better. Workflows are fucking awesome. Its UX in the terminal is better overall. The CLI for Codex is rougher than it should be right now. One last thing before we do the setup, though. I want to talk about the gotchas that I've been experiencing using Codex models inside of Claude Code. Admittedly, there have been fewer than I expected. First off, I've noticed it sometimes loses track of what it's doing a little bit more. This could be changes in how context is managed, but I honestly think this is just something small in the system prompt. Here I had it here is an example where I had it making changes alongside two other agents. All three were making HTML files for me to go review the feedback it was giving. And two of them happened to come up with the same name for the HTML file. One was using Fable, and it wrote fine and made the URL fine. This one was using 5.6 Sol, and it tried to write the file. It already existed, so it said it would leave that file untouched and publish a new report with a distinct file name. So it did its own different file instead. Of note, though, is that I told it to use my HTML plan skill. And my HTML plan skill explicitly tells the model to use the web host through the CLI I gave it to host this model, or retake on that bit. This skill is meant to give the model the ability to upload the HTML with a link that I can click and look at. It's one of my favorite things I've built, my silly little post plan site. And it even says here, I'll keep it standalone and responsive, then publish through post plan as requested. It failed the write. It noticed the file already existed. It made the new file. Oh, wait. I was wrong. I thought it didn't host it. This is a link. It's just not familiar with the formatting here. I'm used to the model spitting out an actual link. This is somehow a clickable link, even though it doesn't look like that here at all. I was wrong. I thought it just didn't do that step. It did. I asked it, and here it gave me the actual link in text that makes more sense. I was wrong about that. Mostly it's good about these things. Like, it does stay on task largely fine. It just doesn't know how to use the formatting great. And I have noticed this in other places too. Like here, when it did the number-based formatting, it screwed it up a little bit. Like here, it's number one. It's heavily coupled to one specific runtime. Has a chunk, and then one again. Modern models generally understand yada yada. Then it has two twice. Then it has three twice, and then four twice. I think this is something weird about how Markdown formatting works inside of Codex. I think this is something weird about how Markdown formatting works in Claude Code, but 5.6 isn't doing it right, clearly. The most annoying thing, though, is actually Ultra Code. Remember, the reason I wanted to do this initially was for Ultra Code and specifically for workflows, because I wanted to see how good 5.6 could do workflows. And it does them great. There was a problem, though. Remember earlier when I had... If you watched my previous video about Ultra and Ultra Code, you know that I mentioned how it actually... If you watched my previous video about Ultra and how bad it is, I talked about how Ultra Code is implemented. To TLDR it here, it is an append to the system prompt that says, hey, please, please, please use workflows for this task. This works great with Claude models. For example, when I told it to do this investigation, Actually, this isn't the best example. I have another example here. Quad, resume. Oh, this is codex prompts, that's why. CD code, trib, codex. For example, here is a workflow I ran where I asked Fable in Claude Code to analyze the codex repo and try to break down how subagents work in it. I was using Ultra, and I asked it to do a workflow, and it did. It did a great job. It broke up all this work. It got it all done. And then at the end, I asked it to take its results and put it in an HTML page. I don't know. I can't find this message here. It should be here. Yeah. Can you write this up as an easy to read HTML file? Use the HTML plan skill to host it. And it did. I still had Ultra on at the time, but it knew better than to do another workflow because I wasn't asking it to go investigate this thing. I was asking it to go make an HTML page including this content. When I did the same thing with Soul, though, it would use Ultra code and it would use workflows even for simple follow-up tasks. So I had Ultra code on for a real big, heavy investigation, and then I asked it to summarize its findings in an HTML page, and it spun up a 3-stage set of subagents to make an HTML page. Thankfully, I noticed when it did that, and I stopped it. I turned off Ultra code so it would stop putting in this detail to use a workflow, and then it was fine. But the important piece here is that you probably shouldn't use Ultra code, period, because you can just tell the model to use a workflow, and it will. And if you don't want it to, just don't tell it to, and it won't. So when I first set this up, I had Ultra code on in the environment variables when I was calling my special Claudex helper. I have since changed that because I don't want Ultra code on for every single turn when I'm using this model inside of Claude Code. I only want it sometimes, and I'll tell it when I want it. And with that, I think it's time to talk about how to set this up, because it is a really cool setup, and I've been enjoying it a lot. I will say that if you're using other layers, like if you're using T3 code to call Claude, we haven't got this set up really clean for that yet. I could see that changing in the not too distant future, but we'll get there when we get there. For now, I'm just hoping that the Codex team fixes these things. And one last reminder before we do this part. If you are if you're doing all of this because you're scared of falling behind and you want to make sure you're maximizing everything, you're doing this out of fear, don't. Just wait. Be patient. We'll get all of these things in Codex in the very near future. It is clear they are paying attention and they are making all of these changes. Apparently, they pushed changes while I was filming this live right now. Oh no, you just pasted there, sorry. So if you're doing this out of fear, don't. Just wait. Codex will get better. If you're doing this because you're a nerd like me and you want to see how these things behave and maximize like the little pieces just because you are curious and want to know more, then follow along because this has been very, very fun for me. And again, as a reminder, you are not risking getting banned from... And one last reminder that you're not risking getting banned from Codex by doing this, at least according to Tebow. He asked me specifically when I mentioned that I was doing this on Twitter to share the recipe because people want to use 5.6 Soul and Claude code. He also said that we don't discriminate on the harness, which is awesome. It's one of my favorite things about Codex. You can use your sub in other places. So I gave my quick TLDR here, and I'm going to go more in depth. I am using the CLI proxy API. When I use Claude Code, I route my traffic through the CLI proxy API. It is a pretty damn cool thing. It allows you to set up your OAuth credentials in one centralized place and then hit it like an API. You need to have network access to this, though, which can cause problems if you're not using something like Tailscale. I've Tailscaled all my devices so that they all have access, and this is running on my Framework desktop right now. So all of my devices in my Tailscale net have Claude Code routing to a custom endpoint, that endpoint just being this specific Tailscale page being hosted. This allows for the endpoints that are hosted by the endpoints hosted by CLI Proxy API are compatible with both OpenAI endpoints and Anthropic ones, so it's relatively trivial to set up in both. Once you have CLI Proxy API set up on your network, you could probably just tell your agent to go configure it in other things, and it will. I've never even read the config. I've seen some of the variables. It makes sense. It's just pointing at a different URL. Couple words of advice before you do this, though. First off, I know OpenAI won't ban you for this. I don't know if Anthropic won't. I mostly set this up because I'm dual wielding Claude subs and I wanted it to auto swap between the two because it does load balancing, which is really useful for those of us who are doing multiple different harnesses and multiple different accounts. Second thing is that it's doing this through API instead of through OAuth on the harness directly. So instead of signing into Claude Code, you sign in here and Claude Code will be hitting it over API. As cool and nice as it is that Claude Code and Codex support that, it comes with catches. In Claude Code, for example, the result of this is that certain features like /remote control or while Claude Code does support this workflow, not signing in directly does have some side effects, like you lose the ability to use remote control or to hand off the thread to the Claude Code for web, because it doesn't know what your account is. It's just hitting an API. I'm thinking this should be mostly safe simply because we're using it through Claude Code. The endpoint that CLI Proxy API spins up could be used in other things, so it would, hypothetically speaking, if you wanted to break all of Claude Code's rules, allow you to use your Claude Code sub inside of other things. I wouldn't do that, though. I would be very careful if you're using Claude Code subs in this to only use it with Claude Code, and be precautious because Anthropic's a little antsy on that ban hammer lately. For Codex, it's totally safe. All of that said, when I set this up for Codex, it broke the desktop app in all sorts of weird ways, so I'm back to just using traditional OAuth for Codex anyways. And on Claude Code, I use the APIs because I don't really need remote control. I'm just using T3 code anyways. The remote stuff in Claude Code is interesting, but you have to start the thread on a computer and then continue it on a phone, which is just not the right UX in my opinion. All of that said, once it's configured, it's pretty easy to set up and use. And once you have Claude Code routing to the CLI Proxy API, instead of having it using your OAuth directly, it becomes trivial to add different models. I have not gone as far as adding it inside of the model picker. The way you do that is a special flag where Claude Code will go fetch all the available models, which it will get from this endpoint on CLI Proxy API, but then it will be full of way too much shit that I don't actually want. So instead, I don't do that. I just use -- model GBT 5.6 Sol. Hi. And it just works. Because I am routing over the API, as it says here, Claude AI connectors are disabled because if the Anthropic API key or another auth source is set and it takes precedence. Yeah, you get the idea. But you can change to any model that's available over your proxy, and it will just work. This here. Word wrap. Obviously, I don't want to type that every time, and I had a few other customizations I wanted to make. So I bound Claudex, which is my Claude code using the Codex auth and models. And when I type in Claudex, it will switch to 5.6 Sol every time. And when I just do normal Claude, it goes back to whatever I had set previously, which in this case is Fable. And to those asking things like, do reasoning levels work? Yep, absolutely. It's surprising how well all of that type of stuff works inside of this setup right now. And that Claudex binding is pretty simple. Claude code always enable effort 1. I don't actually think that matters, but it was on when I had 5.6 hallucinate its solution here, so I just left it on, haven't bothered changing it. Max tool use concurrency is set to 3. I also don't think that matters, but it's there. This one does, though. Enable tool search false is important because tool search is a feature that the Claude code endpoints have, not a feature Codex does. So turning this off prevents any potential issues. And it's Claude -- model GPT 5.6 Sol. You could probably shorten this to be literally just this: enable tool search false, Claude -- model 5.6 Sol. And now you're good to go. You now have Claudex. Okay, I know I have a tab somewhere here. I do. How do I want to put this? Since this all works with workflows, you can do pretty cool things with it. For example, you know what? I'll just voice to text this. I'll fix it after, then re-record for you, Face. How do I want to start this? I want to better understand the strengths and weaknesses of the different subagent implementations in Codex. Use a workflow to read through the code. Make sure you have different subagents in the workflow with different models to get a good variety of opinions. Use GPT 5.6 Sol, GPT 5.6 Terra, and Fable 5 all on high reasoning levels to analyze this codebase. Since all the models available over your auth are now available to Claude Code, you can tell it to use them for your workflows and orchestration. For example, here I told it that I want to better understand this code base. It's the Codex code base, and I want it to analyze with a workflow. Use 5.6 Sol, 5.6 Terra, and Fable 5 all on high reasoning levels to analyze the code base. I did make sure to type these properly because it doesn't have the ability to pull the exact model slugs from the endpoint without knowing how to get that. It could go Google things to figure it out itself, but I'd rather just tell it directly. This is one of the adjustments I'm working on making right now. I have another tab. Where did I put it? Here. This is one of the things that I'm still working on getting right. I'm planning on doing a system prompt append, which is a feature in Claude Code where you can do -- append system prompt and point it at a file. This is a thing I'm going to set up and do eventually. I don't like the shitty description that Codex built for me here on when and how to use them. As you guys know, I really like specifying those things. It could be a skill. Doesn't really matter necessarily. I want it to have the info when I ask it a vague thing like this so that it will orchestrate properly. So I'll probably put it in my system prompt in some way or my global agents MD. There's a lot of places you can put it, but as long as you give Claude Code the ability to know what you mean by Sol, Terra, and other things, or you just specify them correctly here, you're good to go. And here I can type in, and now that it's going, I can do /workflows and see all of the workflows as they're running and which model they are using. Pretty cool to see that I have Sol, Terra, and Fable all spun up in Claude Code at the same time, doing independent analysis and then, doing independent analysis and then comparing results together at the end. I think this is cool as hell. There's a couple other small catches, like for example here, the 5.6 models don't report how many tokens they're using until the work is done. Fable will give you live updates about how many tokens it's using. It's a small thing, just one of the few I noticed. Overall, I've actually been really impressed with this. And I already see the comments coming in, so I'm going to address them now. Why not open code or Pi or Oh My Pi or whatever harness is popular today? The reason is because they don't solve the problem I care about. Sure, their system prompt is cool, or sure, their system prompts are less bad than Codex is, but they don't solve the subagent orchestration problem, which is the thing I am most excited about here. Oh My Pi, absolute fucking slop. It froze my terminal for 2 minutes when I installed it because they thought it was a good idea to post their entire 150-page changelog in formatted markdown in my terminal, destroying my entire scroll back and destroying it entirely. It was real bad. Pi is great, but you're going to have to build all of these workflows and orchestration tools yourself. OpenCode has a bunch of hard-coded subagents that aren't very good. The V2 of OpenCode might be better. I have not explored it at all yet. But none of those have workflows. And to be real and to be very, very clear, because I started here, I did this for workflows. The workflows in Claude Code are the best implementation I have seen of orchestrating subagents on real day-to-day work for people who are employed that I've ever seen by far. If you want to have an agent break up other agents with other models to do complex work, to take turns and have phases throughout, to kick off things that matter and ignore things that don't, and have an actual end, workflows are the best solution I have found for this by far. And nothing else comes close. Yet. I don't think workflows are that complex of a feature, and I will... To be very clear, I don't think workflows are this super complex feature that no one else can implement. In fact, Codex told me to just add it to Codex myself when I asked it about that versus using it in Claude Code. You can absolutely do this. That said, Claude Code has this figured out. They have a good system for it built in. They have good UI built for it too, in the terminal at least. The desktop app, less so. They have a system prompt that properly steers models to do it right, and they have a harness that is good enough. I'm not saying that Claude Code is great at most things. There are other things that are better in most categories, but at this point in time, Claude Code's workflows are the best orchestration primitive I have seen, and I'm excited for others to catch up and get close to it. But this feature is really good. And when you have models that are this new era where they've been trained to know how to break up work, not just how to complete code, using 5.6 Sol and Terra, as well as models like Fable 5 and Sonnet 5 inside of Claude Code with this type of orchestration, it is just really cool. And if you think any of this is related to the fusion models we are seeing, where you could use something like and if you think this is at all like those goddammit. And if you think this is at all like those fusion models we're seeing places like OpenRouter spin up, where they have different dumber models all answer the same thing and then figure out which one was right, I don't think you've been paying very much attention throughout this video. And I would just ask you to watch it again, because all of that shit is dumb. It doesn't actually work for real world code tasks. It just looks cool on benchmarks. This video is for employed people trying to get real work done that are also curious enough to experiment with these things. Do you guys really think I want to sit here and praise Claude Code this long? I'm not doing this because I failed to consider something else. I'm not doing this because I'm being paid by Anthropic. They fucking hate me. I'm doing this because it's a genuinely good feature and it is far ahead of what anyone else has right now. And I think it's worth playing with. At the very least, with an existing Claude Code sub, and maybe if you're curious and experimental like myself, to go try it out with these other models too. Did I say everything I needed to in this? Yeah, I did. One last cool thing that I'm sure you probably could have guessed. CLI Proxy API supports things other than Claude Code and Codex and subs from those platforms. So if you want to bring in subscriptions from other places like a cough Grok build because you have an existing Twitter premium account, you can here. And it's actually a pretty good value. You get a slightly absurd amount of usage out of the $20 a month Twitter plan if you use it with Grok build. And if you don't want to use Grok build and you want to use it in other things, you can now get Opus 4.5 in Claude Code by just adding it here. I haven't done this yet, but it's probably pretty good. Because as I mentioned in my Grok 4.5 video, it's an impressive model. I have one other thing I want to add earlier. Trying to think of the right place to put this because it needs to be stuffed in somewhere where we are using or talking about workflows. Yeah, okay, let's go back to here. Hopefully this is close enough to the right moment. Jeff, I trust you to figure out how to edit this well. I don't want to phrase this. Yeah. Sometime where I'm talking about workflows being programmatic, stuff this in. Since workflows are code, they actually end, which I have found to be a huge win for token efficiency when using the 5.6 models. Since they tend to just go forever with Ultra, they tend to just kind of go forever with Ultra. And I have seen way, way less utilization on my limits when I'm doing this through workflows instead. Even for the same task, Ultra can just go forever. Workflows won't. The output quality is the same, if not better, from workflows, and the token usage is like a fourth as much. So much more efficient way of doing things. Cool. Hopefully that'll fit. If not, it's fine. Just throw it away. Probably we'll get the idea anyways. I talked about it so much throughout. This is a really fun one. I know. This is a really fun one. How do I want to transition to this? Yeah. I had a lot of fun with this video. I know that normally I'm focused on how to use tools right, so doing a video about intentionally using them wrong is not normally what I cover, but this workflow is just working way better than I expected, and I wanted to take the opportunity to share it with y'all. So I'm curious if you guys have success, and I'm super curious if you guys are interested in this type of thing. I'm genuinely curious if you guys like this type of thing. Both me working on things that aren't really the right way to do stuff, but also doing this type... I want to put this point. I'm curious. Okay, I want to redo this outro because it's important. I had a lot of fun with this one. And again, to be clear, I don't think everyone should go exclusively use their Codex sub through Claude Code. I just thought it was a fun experiment with results that were much better than I expected. And now I'm just curious if you guys are interested enough to do the same yourself. Am I insane for going this deep, or is this actually kind of fun and interesting? Are you going to set it up yourself, or maybe you're just going to point your agent at this video and ask it to do it for you? Let me know how all of that goes. I'm genuinely curious. I'll keep an eye on the comment section, but until next time, peace, nerds. Fun. I'll thank all of the subs and cheers in a sec. I just want to pull this over. I'm also going to be real with you guys. I was hoping to do more of like same prompts between Fable and 5.6 to see which behaves better and worse and like get real outputs to compare. And I've had no time to do that, so I don't want to do this comparison yet. Interesting. I'm going to play with more skills for these things in the near future. Maybe with enough gift bombs, Theo will be forced to blink. I'm just trying to get my job done, man. Click the button. If this... That is hilarious. Good shit. No. In fact, I need to record an extra. Oh, fuck. I have another extra to do for the other video. Fuck me. Cool. So I have to do 2 more extras. A lot of people are... I've noticed a lot of people confused about me talking about using Claude Code. I've noticed a decent bit of confusion when I talk about using the codex models in Claude Code, and I'm partially to blame here because I did a video showing how to teach Claude Code in Fable to call codex via the CLI for additional opinions. This isn't that. I'm talking about using 5.6 in Claude Code as the model actually calling inside of Claude Code directly, rather than shelling out to codex. I've had enough people ask me about these plugins for Claude Code that I want to jump in front of it because the official Codex plugin for Claude Code does not do any of what I'm talking about here. That is a way to call Codex from Claude Code, not to use 5.6 inside of Claude Code. Entirely different things. If the car is the harness and the driver is the model, what I am trying to teach you how to do is have 5.6 drive the car being Claude Code. What this plugin does is it instructs the driver, Fable or Opus or whoever, inside of the Claude Code car on how to make a phone call to get another driver to show up in Codex. That is what that is. Entirely different. So with that, let's talk about how to set up the proper proxy. So with that, it's time to talk about the CLI proxy API, which is the layer I use to set all of this up. Cool. That should be an easier transition. More for ultra or for cost savings vid. Does anybody have that cringe cost saving thing that Tebow had to respond to? I think I have it in my notes. I don't here. It's the context window thing. Tebow replied to it saying it doesn't make sense. I wanted to include that. I thought it was in my saving cost notes, but it's not here. Someone asked in chat. Maybe I put it here accidentally. Thank you, chat. Awesome. Thank you, Maria. Cool. Here's the extra I wanted to include. As I don't know where to put this phase. I trust you to find a good spot. Sorry again for the extras. I mentioned at the start that I've been seeing some bad advice. This is probably the worst one. While I don't trust OpenAI to configure everything perfectly in Codex for us, they absolutely covered the context windows themselves just fine. I've seen a lot of people making recommendations like this, specifying that you should limit the context window and when it auto-compacts manually inside of your config. Don't do this. The model was trained on specific levels of compaction in tools like Codex. This is going to make the model dumber, and it's not going to save you any money. If anything, it's going to cause compaction to happen more than it should, and compaction is expensive. Tebow jumped in and said as much. This is not correct. Do not do this if you do not understand exactly what you're doing. We do not charge extra above 270K context, and the context threshold has been tuned for 5.6 SOL to be perfect with a default limit. It is. Trust him. Don't just blindly follow random advice on Twitter. At the very least, make sure the people giving the advice aren't getting their advice countered by people at OpenAI. New Tebow tweets. Oh, no way. That is very stupid and funny timing. I hate filming live sometimes because literally right after I finished that part and was ready to go offline, Tebow tweeted the following. We've laid inference optimizations to make it cheaper to run. It's going to be 10% savings. Cool. Awesome. They also noticed that changing the context size limit in the product to 372K up from 272K resulted in more usage being charged than intended. This means that their usage tracking was broken, even though they planned to let this stay. They've temporarily reverted to 272K and will roll back in the days to come. This should be a big change in how fast your usage drains. Cool. Awesome. Stupid that we're here, but here we are. They confirmed that the leaks around juice values being changed were true, but they've been reverted since. And they also call out that there's been more use of multi-agent than intended in high and X high reasoning efforts, and they're fixing it going forward. Also fixing small other things they notice with auto review where they can be more efficient. Reporting on the fly is annoying, but you now have the additional context. That all said, every piece of advice I gave in this is still true, so don't think this means my advice is invalid. Just know that this is a moving target. Best practices are still best practices. And I have one last thing to add. This is when I was talking about reasoning and effort levels and showing all the charts, Jeff. One more point in favor of lower reasoning levels. The open code folks are obsessed with 5.6. They barely even use Fable. They like 5.6 so much. They like it so much that most of OpenAI has been promoting their posts throughout. This is one of my favorite this is one of my favorite things about. Excuse me. I assume they were probably using it on higher reasoning levels because who wouldn't initially? They hit an issue, though, one that I've hit when I was testing these things over API. The API key you have to use to take advantage of this how do I put this? They changed the key in the JSON for reasoning levels at some point, and a lot of tools don't pass through reasoning level properly. I ran into this a lot during benchmarking. Turns out OpenCode did too, and during all of their usage, a month of usage, they realized that they had it misconfigured to always use medium, even though they thought they were using X high or other levels. And despite that, the whole team agreed it was their favorite model. Definitely an endorsement for medium as the default. So if you do like OpenCode and or you trust the OpenCode team, they have confirmed medium is incredible. Medium and high are both really, really good options. Okay, let me thank all the subs. What have you done this time, Maria? I'll look in a second. I want to thank subs. Thank you, Fuking Supa. Fantastic username. Really appreciate the support. Thank you, Coding David, for the gift. Hero ML for the 3 months of support. New, but hopefully more regular from EU, so it's hard to watch live. Again, never feel bad for missing the live streams. They're just an easy way to make videos. I just like doing this live because it's way easier for me. The videos are what's important, not being here, although I do love all of you for being here. Appreciate it. I'll work on my schedule as soon as I can reasonably do it. Chris, by the way, with the 27 months of Prime. Thank you for that. Won by Tesh with the 14 months of support. DK Tur with the 3 months. Thank you as well. Yash with the 35 months. Hope you're doing well, man. We should catch up soon. Wood 1 with the 3 months. Cyrus here with the 18 months. Spec AV, 35 months in. How am I liking Grok 4.5? I liked it for the day and a half I used it, but I've been busy with better models since. Jilligan 3213 here. Best content on the planet. Appreciate it. Thank you for the Prime for 8 months. Ambitious Realism here with the Prime with the Pi Dynamic Workflows plugin. I did see this existed. I'm sure it's better than a lot of the... I'm sure this is a lot better than what it currently exists in Codex, and I will star this to look into it later, but I just wanted something I knew worked. Really cool that has gone that far, though. Coding David with a huge cheer. Just wanted to thank you for making great content. I've been a great inspiration. You've gotten hired by Vercel after attending the Next.js night in London and speaking to Jimmy from the Next team. Jimmy is awesome. Right person to talk to. Crazy that's your second ever conference, too. Start date's the 20th. Unfortunately, can't make it to SF yet. Been moving out of your parents' house and moving into your self-hosted infra. Oh, man. I know that feeling too well. I've had a few friends who had a bunch of infra they had to move when they moved. Oh, God. You were all in on it, too. Yeah, you're going to have a very fun time with Vercel, man. Good luck with the move. Congrats again. Well deserved. Thank you, Maximus Decimus with the Prime. Officer Juan with the Prime. Y Smash S2 with the 2 months of Prime. Lucy V with the 2 months of support. Wish you had more hours in the day to watch the content. Found a lot of things I say really meaningful, and you thank me a lot for my thoughts and the knowledge. Appreciate it. I'm just here ranting. Happy it's useful for so many people. Yeah, your rack got me beat for sure. I have 2 racks that are for very different things. I have my network closet one that's wall mounted, and I have my living room one for my media stuff. That's it's a desktop PC for gaming and using my TV, a gigantic amplifier, a nice DAC, and a few other things. I have my Xbox and PlayStation in there too. Racking is fun. Did I miss anything over here? It looks like I did. I am sorry, guys. Thank you, Marmar Labs. Just a heads up, the Max and Ultra used to be in the slider, and they're toggled off in settings now. If you go to settings in Codex ChatGPT, you can turn them on. Very good to know. Tempted to buy PS5 Pro. I hate that I have been a little bit too. It just wouldn't fit in my current setup is the biggest problem. Cool. We got a ton done today, guys. Like, seriously. Thank you all for sticking through with it. How many of y'all? Peaked at around 1,400 on YouTube. Still holding strong in the 1,000 range. That is crazy that there's 1,600 of y'all watching right now. I should find somebody good to raid, knowing that there's so many of y'all. I do love jams. I think I'm leaning towards jams. Let's do a jams raid. Oh, bookmark stream guard. We are raiding jams. Have fun. Thank you all again. I appreciate each and every one of you. Why am I following QA partner? Because it's funny and I don't want to unfollow it now. Thank you as well to YouTube chat. Sorry I ignored you even more than usual today. I just really need to get these videos out. Pumped with the ones we got. Happy with where things are going. And I will see you guys on Wednesday. Maybe earlier if there's more to do. Goodbye, nerds. And goodbye, YouTube, as well.